Chapter 1692. Time passed, and the years became stronger. Everything he saw was ruined. What had happened? Yifan's body went cold. How many years had he lost? Was this still him? The white hair of the person in the bronze mirror was scattered. Even though his body was still perfectly straight, there were many traces of time left on his face. He was no longer young. Even his divine body had aged. How terrifying was this period of time? He had lost it. I don't believe it. Yifan believed that this was a dream and not a real scene. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. The world was vast and boundless. The divine body had aged for 10,000 years. Who else could he see in this world? His right hand's finger slid across his left wrist. Blood flowed and pain spread through his body. This was not a dream. Everything was real. Yifan's primordial spirit left his body. The fist-sized golden figure instantly broke through the barriers of time and space. He gazed into the boundless void of the universe. Everything he saw was desolation and destruction. The cold universe seemed to have died. There was nothing left. Nothing could be seen. The stars were forever dim and completely extinguished. He didn't know what kind of terrifying battle had happened in these 10,000 years. The universe had actually become like this. Yifan's heart was in pain. He still couldn't believe this result. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? This was unimaginable. Looking at the wrinkled face of the old man in the mirror, his heart was pounding. If so many years had passed, then all of his family and friends would no longer be here. Even that adorable daughter who had just been born, and was no more than 1 year old, would have long returned to the yellow earth. If this was real, he felt suffocated. The tender little purple and the 1-year-old little muddle liked to stick to him. However, they didn't stay by his side for long. They had always been separated, and now this was the result. Yifan let out a long roar. He couldn't accept this. He looked at the golden divine sea that was about to dry up and disappear. He jumped into the sky and crossed the galaxy, rushing towards the former celestial court. Yifan continuously told himself that this was an illusion and not real. However, the pain in his body and the coldness of his primordial spirit proved that this was not a dream. He wanted to go crazy. How could this be? I cannot accept this. The entire universe reverberated with his majestic roar, causing some broken stars to explode one after another, causing the dark universe to become even colder. He traversed through the starry sky. With every step he took, a star would disappear beneath his feet. This type of Tao and magic was so strong that a single thought could destroy the entire world. However, he didn't feel happy at all. Along the way, all he saw were ruins. There wasn't a single intact starry sky. Many stars had shattered, and cosmic dust floated about. Occasionally, there would be blood, broken bones, and weapon fragments. It was cold and chilly. Yifan refused to admit it, but his heart was already in a tearing pain. This was not an illusion. A terrifying war had taken place thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. This part of the universe had been destroyed, but he had missed it. Along the way, he did not see a single living creature. Everywhere was deathly stillness. Finally, he neared the star field where the headquarters of the celestial court was located. His heart became cold. This place was in ruins. The stars had all shattered, and as for those divine islands floating in the air, they had all turned into dust. Yifan rushed into the depths like a madman. He didn't leave anyone behind. He didn't discover that this place had long since become ruins. There was only blood and rubble. No, Yifan roared in grief. He really saw the result. His entire body was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly and his face was pale. All hope was shattered. The celestial court no longer existed. He wanted to find something, but in the end, there was no trace at all. Trace the source. Yifan roared like a madman. With a roar, the starry sky collapsed. This place was immediately enveloped by primal chaos. He saw many broken scenes and shouts of war shook the heavens. The celestial soldiers and generals were charging and breaking out of the encirclement. The Een spirit army was attacking, and blood flowed like rivers. There was also a huge phoenix nest floating above. The light that swept down caused the celestial generals to fall in large numbers. I'm going to stake it all against you. With a long roar, Pang Bo soared into the sky. His hair was disheveled, and the powerful pressure of the quasi-emperor shattered the starry sky. However, what awaited him was a large, merciless hand. In the direction of the underworld, an existence shrouded in black mist, like an ancient emperor forcefully slapped over. There was only a mournful red left in the sky. Blood rained down, and Pangbo disappeared forever. Uncle Pangbo is also gone. Woo, bad people, return my uncle's life. Little Violet cried loudly as she stood helplessly on a divine island. She looked only a few years old and had never grown up at all. She was so young, and her face was full of tears. Just a few years after I left, Yifan's face was already full of tears. Was Pangbo gone just like that? His entire body was trembling. Li Tian and Yan Ishi roared angrily. They went against the sky, and the goddess furnace in their hands emitted a blazing light. A sun flew out from it, and 9 divine phoenixes danced in the air. They turned into overflowing flames and rushed into the sky. They fought with their lives on the line, unwilling to accept such an ending. They fought with everything they had, throwing away life and death. However, it was of no use. The figure shrouded in black mist in the distance blasted over with a fist, and the jet-black palm directly slapped the divine furnace. Kacha! The goddess furnace shattered. Even if it was personally refined by the great emperor, it was still useless. At this time, it turned into hundreds of fragments, flying in all directions, unable to harm that person in the slightest. At the same time, Li Tian and Yan Ishi both cried out sorrowfully. The black hand pressed down, and inch by inch they were crushed from head to toe. Their flesh and bones turned into bloody mist, and they were erased from this world. Don't kill my uncle. 2 more people are gone. Little Violet knelt on the ground and cried loudly. This was a tragic scene. Yifan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. His good brothers had died in battle just like this? How many years ago was this scene? It was probably 10,000 years ago. He roared in sorrow, and he hated that he couldn't tear open the void and return to that era to participate in the war. Yifan bit his mouth full of blood, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned blue. His whole body was trembling. He had once gone through life and death with his brothers, and now he had to watch them die 10,000 years apart. His heart was in extreme pain and despair. Ooh! Little Violet cried loudly. She knelt there, and while shouting those familiar names from the celestial court, she used her little hands to dig up the ruins on the island. Yifan's heart trembled. There was a ruin beside Little Violet, and there was no trace of Jizua there. However, there was a bit of blood and a piece of purple clothing in the ruins. Yifan's body shook violently. Although he had already guessed the ending, he still couldn't help but feel his ears ringing. His heart was in extreme pain, and he staggered while crying sorrowfully. Ziyue, how could this be? The woman who once loved to laugh, the woman who waited for him under the starry sky for a long time, had left just like that. He didn't see the scene of her withering. There was only a corner of purple clothing and a bit of blood. This was even more cruel than seeing it. This was a tragic ending that was difficult to accept. This emperor will fight it out with you. A big black dog with blood dripping from its vertical eye between its eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura as it charged in the direction of the underworld. And this time, not only did the figure shrouded in black fog stretch out a large hand, even the blood-colored phoenix nest above the celestial court had a sparkling and translucent hand expand, reaching out and enveloping the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor had once followed Great Emperor Wu Shi, and both the underworld and the Empire wanted to fight for it. Capturing it alive was the best choice, and perhaps they could find out the secrets of Great Emperor Wu Shi. The Black Emperor smiled sorrowfully, but its eyes were filled with determination. The countless formation platforms around it all lit up, burning along with its body and jumping fiercely. Brat, you owe me an innate holy body Tao embryo. Otherwise, this group of monsters will all be blasted to pieces. After it finished roaring, it exploded between the 2 large hands, and thus the curtain fell. A child with a holy body? I want her. A clear and moving woman's voice came from the phoenix nest. A white hand reached out and grabbed Little Purple, who was only a few years old, wanting to take her into its hands. We need the bloodline of a holy body. This child can only be returned to the underworld. The people of the underworld responded coldly. I need her. The woman in the phoenix nest didn't let go. In order to restrain that woman's supreme Tao fruit, even the sleeping underworld emperor was forced to awaken. The underworld has paid so much. How can we allow others to pick the spoils of war? The person in the black fog responded coldly. Didn't you guys suppress a holy body? Is that not enough? Not enough. The two giants argued. On the divine island, Little Purple's face was full of tears. She cried loudly and laboriously moved the rubble on the ruins. Her little hands were bleeding from the friction. She kept calling out, Mother, come back. Yifan's heart was bleeding. He growled in a low voice as hot tears rolled down his face. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last cried. Now he was so sorrowful. His family and friends were separated from them by 10,000 years. He wanted to take action, but he wasn't in that space-time. He howled in grief, unable to return to the past. He could only watch from a distance, hating but powerless. Boom. The heaven and earth exploded. The Empress in the Phoenix Nest and the giants of the underworld fought over Little Purple. They both wanted to take her. The waves were incomparably huge, shattering countless divine islands. Some stars even left their original trajectories, exploded, or cracked. Two people with incomplete bodies crawled out from the ruins. One was covered in dazzling sunlight. He had lost the lower half of his body a long time ago and was bleeding. It was Yi Tong. He protected Little Purple behind him and rushed into the sky. The other had lost his right arm. Although his heart was bitter, his face was still peaceful. He used his only arm to carry Little Purple, coaxing her not to cry as he rushed into the distance. The sun exploded and a golden rain of light scattered. Yi Tong let out an unwilling roar that shook the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He no longer existed. Komatsu's body was burning. He wanted to tear open space and send the young Little Purple inside, so that she could escape. That was actually the power of time. The beautiful youth was peerless at this moment, but he smiled bitterly. He sank into the flames and disappeared with the heaven and earth. Death. But how could the two giants in the sky allow Little Purple to escape? Yifan roared, tears flowing down his face. When he saw his two most beloved disciples, unable to display the brilliance they should have, withered away just like that, tears blurred his eyes. There was also Little Purple. She used to be so naughty and cute, but now she was so helpless. She stretched out her little hand. Was she calling for him? But now he could only watch like this. After 10,000 years, his heart was filled with guilt and pain. At this moment he was filled with sorrow, hatred, and madness. Chapter 1693. Yi Fan was like a wounded beast. His white hair was a mess, and his eyes were bleeding and crying. His best friends had all died in battle, and his most beloved disciples had all withered away. And his daughter, she was so smart and cute. She was only a few years old, but she was struggling there, and there was no way forward. As for Ziyue, even after using the secret technique of tracing the source, she could not see the last scene. There was only a bit of blood in the remnant, and a corner of her purple dress. He felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Yifan had never felt so miserable before. He hated himself so much. Why was he not by their side? He was separated by an entire generation. The heavens were cruel to let him see such a scene, and yet he could not participate in the battle. He was filled with a sense of helplessness. Mother, don't leave me behind. Little Violet is scared. A tender voice rang out. The crack in the void closed, but she was not transported away. Because the two giant hands imprisoned eternity, no one could escape. No matter how hard Komatsu tried, he could not break through the crack in time and space. When Yi Fan saw those two large hands grab towards the void, covering that place, he closed his eyes. His tears were extremely salty, flowing into his mouth. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he was so tired. He could not help but cry. In the past, he had been sad and regretful, but he had never felt despair like this. Father, where are you? Little Violet is scared. Mother is not here anymore. Woo. These tender words stabbed into Yifan's heart like a sharp knife. His whole body trembled, and he clenched his fists. Ah! Yi Fan roared in grief. He angrily attacked the sky, facing the two giant hands. He wanted to stop all of this. He could not tolerate anyone hurting his daughter. His fist shattered the sky, causing the two giant hands to shatter and disappear. But this was only the shattering of the scene, and not a battle that had transcended thousands of years. The final scene was fixed there. Little Violet was sobbing, her eyes wide and helpless, looking up at the sky. Just like that, everything shattered and disappeared. The future could not be seen, and the results could not be seen. Yi Fan could not bear to look at little Z for a second time. His heart was riddled with holes, and he had long been hurt to the point that he could not control himself. His fists were bleeding, and blue veins were bursting out of his skin. His power surged crazily, shaking up the cosmos, making this remnant tremble. Many stars that were split apart exploded even further. Yi Fan sang a sad song, filled with hatred and madness. He forcefully endured the pain and pain, walking step by step towards the depths of the ruins. This was the pure land that he had once protected and lived in. But now, there was nothing left. The rubble, broken weapons, and bloodstains all showed how tragic the battle was back then, and how miserable it was now. There was a mace under his feet that had been severed. Sadness flashed in his eyes. This was the weapon of the barbarians. This result was not surprising, and was within his expectations. Since the celestial court had been destroyed, not many could survive. The friends who had once fought side by side, who had gone through thick and thin together, were all gone forever. Yi Fan was like a lonely soul, walking in the silent ruins. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. He did not speak, nor did he make a sound. He did not want to stop, and only wanted to keep walking. Why? He could not participate in the battle back then, and this regret could not be made up for. He wanted to cry, but it was choked in his throat. He wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth it was so hoarse. At this moment, he could only look at the ruins, silently bearing the pain as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could this be? Yi Fan grabbed his hair. He began to hate himself. Why did he have to leave? Why did he go into seclusion for 10,000 years? Walking in the cold starry sky, he could not find the warmth of the past. Yi Fan was like a soulless person. He was muddle-headed, and his whole body was cold. This kind of injury was difficult to heal. He fell into deep self-blame. Why did he not accompany them? Why did he miss that battle? This was unforgivable. Yi Fan was in a daze. He tasted the bitterness in the loneliness, the torment in the silence. He kept walking forward, not wanting to stop. His heart was in pain, and his spirit was hurt. If he cried out loud, perhaps he would feel a bit better, but he could not do it. There were so many people, and they were all gone. Purple Moon's brilliant smile was buried under the ruins, leaving only bloodstains. Little Purple sobbed loudly, losing all of its playfulness. Pang Bo's majestic body could not withstand a strike from the underworld giant. All that was left was a patch of red. Yi Fan was like a puppet, walking forward mechanically. Tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His heart was in such pain and discomfort. He could only watch helplessly, but he could not return to the past. He was like a ghost, lingering here for many days. There was no sun, no moon, only darkness, because everything had been shattered. In the end, Yi Fan was like a child. He knelt here and cried loudly. He was no longer young. His white hair was scattered, and his wrinkles were like knife scars. Time had left behind indelible scars on his body. He sat here for 10,000 years, and when he looked back, how much love, hate, sorrow, joy, and hatred had all been cast into the river of time. How could he accept this? How could he endure this? Yi Fan raised his head towards the heavens and howled in grief. He was like a lone wolf, howling alone in this blood-colored desolation. His white hair whistled about crazily, endless melancholy, endless sorrow. What kind of sorrow was this? After parting in the past, they could never meet again. They could only watch through time and space as the curtain of blood fell, powerless to do anything. Yi Fan sat here alone for many days. There were no tears, no words. Only after many days did he stand up. He used his great magical power to move stars from the depths of the starry sky, refining them, condensing them to a very small size. Then he piled them up, building a star tomb here. burying everything in the celestial court. Ruins, blood, broken bones. He did not know which belonged to his daughter, which belonged to Purple Moon, which belonged to his friends. There was only endless pain in his heart. Since the celestial court was destroyed and everyone died together in battle, then he would build a giant tomb so that everyone could forever be buried together under the endless starry sky. Then, Yi Fan resolutely turned around and walked towards the starry sky. He was going to fight. Where was the underworld? Where was the phoenix nest? The blood in Yi Fan's body rumbled, and his battle intent surged. He wanted nothing more than to fight against the heavens and redeem everything from the past. Only he walked under the starry sky, yet he couldn't see a single person. Did all of the creatures die in battle? Many ancient stars were destroyed, including many ancient lands with life he had visited before. Could he not find a single person? In this boundless cosmos and endless star systems, there were only broken places and not complete ones. He wanted to find the underworld and the phoenix nest for revenge, but there was no gate to enter. Finally, he found an ancient land with life, but he didn't see a single expert. They could almost all be considered mortals. There were cultivators, but they couldn't rush out of this star and couldn't enter the cosmos at all. What was wrong with this world? Couldn't even find a single powerful cultivator? Yi Fan traversed the starry sky in search of the ancient lands of the past, but almost all of them were destroyed. He sensed the remnant fluctuations of the great emperor level. Was it another great war of darkness? Even if he occasionally found an ancient star with life, he couldn't see any saints or people of the same generation. This kind of world was so unfamiliar. He seemed to be out of tune with this world. The white-haired Yi Fan's aged face was filled with sadness. The end of an era. Did that mean that the previous era had become him? Yi Fan followed his memories and advanced towards the territory once ruled by the underworld. After an endless trek, he saw desolation and a large expanse of ruins. Even this place was destroyed. Was it the awakened little girl? Did she end up like this because of her battle with the emperor of the underworld and the other ancient supreme beings? Yi Fan's eyes swept over. He advanced forward. Even if he didn't know the exact location of the underworld, he still had to find some clues. Reality exceeded his expectations. When he entered a broken sea of stars, he saw an expanse of mist that enveloped the heavens. This was a vast underworld Earth. The stars were like fireflies that would sink down from time to time. The underworld Earth was broken, and there was a collapsed underworld gate. A broken bronze plaque soaked in the terrifying blood of an ancient emperor was half covered in dust. The two words underworld were written on it. It's here, but it's empty. After seeing this scene, Yi Fan didn't feel joy or excitement. There was only endless melancholy. Could he not even personally take revenge? All of his friends and loved ones had passed away. What meaning was there left for him to continue living? What supported him was only a wave of grief and indignation. He wanted to kill his way to the end and destroy the underworld and the phoenix nest. He walked alone, stepping over underworld Earth, passing through it. This place had become ruins. He walked towards the starry sky again, treading on the heavenly path. Several decades later, he found the phoenix nest, but this nest had long been destroyed by someone. Everything is gone. Yi Fan didn't feel the joy of revenge. There was only endless sadness. How many past events could he forget? How many people could he never meet again after he missed them? He couldn't help but roar out. Everything had ended just like that. He couldn't see his old friends or enemies. At this moment, the entire world was boundless. He couldn't find a home to return to and felt extremely lonely. They're all gone. You all left me. Yi Fan laughed sorrowfully. He faced the heavens. His aged face was full of bitterness and pain. It was just a single seclusion, but it was even worse than the ancient legends. 7 days in the cave was already 1,000 years in the world. This saying was far from enough. 10,000 years had passed in an instant. His love and hatred, his joys and sorrows, his hatred and lust, they were all buried in the past. In this world, there was no longer a single person he knew. He went to the Big Dipper and entered the forbidden region of life. Yi Fan rushed towards the Big Dipper and arrived here. Unfortunately, it was still a remnant. The starry river here had long collapsed, and nothing could be seen. He was a lonely traveler. He walked for 100 years, and his body aged day by day. Even the underworld had disappeared, but his curse never appeared. He was aimless, without a future. It was difficult to see his old friends, and even his enemies had all died. These were the things he feared the most in the depths of his heart. Now it really happened. Is my life going to end here? Yi Fan was already completely disheartened. He felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. I can't accept this. I can't even protect little Purple. I can't even protect my good friends and wife. What kind of man am I? Yi Fan roared. He was originally already at a loss. His eyes were originally lifeless, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly became fierce. They flickered with a beam of light that could burn the 9 heavens. My life definitely shouldn't end here. My children, my friends, they shouldn't die like this. I want to break through the immortality, the end of longevity, and ask the heavens for an explanation. Chapter 1694. Yi Fan couldn't accept this, finding it hard to accept this reality. How could he forget those years? The brothers who risked life and death together, their blood and sweat dried up, fighting Big Dipper side by side, ascending the path to heaven, those who went through life and death together, establishing the celestial court. Yet now they left him one after another, 10,000 years separating them. How could he let this go? Little Purple still hadn't grown up. She was just that cute, young and weak, yet she withered away so early. There was also Purple Moon. She let him down too much. Even before her death, only a corner of her clothes could be seen, specks of blood covering the ruins. Lives that shouldn't have withered away, faces that were full of life, disappeared just like that, disappearing. The radiance in Yi Fan's eyes were like 2 sharp swords. His fighting spirit burned like a flame, wishing to make the heavens collapse, make the earth explode. He was going to ask the heavens above on the path of long life. I am going to shatter the undying, reverse the past and present, turn into the world, reverse everything. Even though he was already old, feeling that his blood energy was lacking, he still had this type of conviction. He already stood at this height. If he took another step forward, he would reach the next level. He would be able to control everything. Yi Fan cut down all of the great waves, suppressing his sentimental mood, making himself calm and resolute, full of fighting spirit. Who can fight against me? He walked through the starry sky, stepping into the sky dome, searching for enemies, wishing to blossom at the peak of sublimation, pursue long life. This world was extremely quiet, unable to see the predecessors, unable to see the path of return. There was actually no one who could accept his challenge. The past heaven-warping geniuses all withered away, all of them dying. Yi Fan advanced alone, stepping over Big Dipper, Purple Micro, Amitba, Heaven Ascension, Heaven Reaching, Fire Mulberry, and other ancient stars. They were all shattered, everything becoming the dust of history. Even Earth had long ceased to exist, blasted into ashes. Yi Fan ascended the path to heaven, arriving before Imperial Pass, taking a step inside. Even this place was ruined, all of the palaces becoming traces. The Woodcutter Elder and the Dao Palace were erased under the skies of history. The entire world was boundless, not a single opponent could be found. The past world was flourishing, but now, it instead became bleak, losing all of its glory, becoming the dust of history. The great powers of the past were all gone, all of them beaten into scorched earth. This left everyone feeling helpless, and they couldn't help but sigh. You can't even find an opponent? Just as he expected, God's organization was no more. 10,000 years had passed, and too many things had changed. For people who like to listen to fairy tales, it might not be long, but in reality, it was really too long. Both the underworld and God's organization, which had existed since ancient times, had been destroyed. This was a period of intense change that made people tremble and sigh in amazement. Who can fight me? Yi Fan roared. In this bleak universe where there were only a few planets left with life, he couldn't even see a single opponent. The end of a prosperous world turned out to be such a desolate wasteland. Back then, what kind of golden age was that? Stars shone resplendently, heroes contending for supremacy. The Imperial Prince and Ancient Prince both shone with brilliance, and ancient supreme beings shook the restricted region. What kind of great era was that? Just thinking about it made people tremble. And the experts would be even more excited. They were fortunate enough to be born in the most resplendent era since ancient times. That was the most ideal era, and they could engage in the most glorious battles of their lives. Names came one after another. Yao Guang, Taichu, Zhang Bairan, Di Huang, Dao Yi, Fire Qilin's sacred prince, but all of them had passed away, and not a single person could be found. Yi Fan felt that he had reached the peak of strength, but he couldn't find an opponent. Even he himself couldn't estimate how terrifying his combat strength was. If there were no more opponents, he might become old. The saint physique could live for more than 10,000 years, and now, it was almost the end. Even if he had eaten some divine medicines and holy fruits, it wouldn't extend his lifespan by too much. Back then, he had already offset the Tao injuries and the corrosion of time in the desolate ancient forbidden land. I'm about to grow old, and I actually don't have a single opponent. This wasn't a kind of invincible glory, but a kind of boundless loneliness. He finally experienced this kind of torment, and he could feel the mood of an ancient emperor. From being the enemy of the entire world, to being invincible in the heavens and earth, and then to being completely silent. What kind of cruelty was this? Everyone from his generation had died, and he was the only one left, enduring endless loneliness. In the boundless world, he couldn't even find an enemy. A person who turned his back on the common people. What was he thinking back then? Voluntarily transforming into the little girl. Why did she make such a decision back then? Yi Fan muttered to himself, silently gazing at the sky. I'm just myself and I don't care about others. In this world, I want to be invincible. Since there are no more opponents in the world, then I'll fight with myself, break through the path of immortality, and ask the heavens. After great sorrow, Yi Fan walked alone for 100 years, and now, he had cast off his melancholy. Like an unsheathed treasured sword, he released the most resplendent brilliance, and his aura shot into the 9 heavens. He turned into an invincible god of war, looking down on the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. With a single thought, he moved the world, and everything in the universe was within his grasp. There are no enemies, I'm my own enemy. I'll fight with myself. Yi Fan's conviction was so strong that even the starry rivers in the universe were trembling. If he roared out, the entire starry space would collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. His aura, his combat prowess, his will, and that unrivaled conviction, all of them reached the absolute peak since he was born in this world. I'm standing at the absolute peak of my life. I'm going to fight with myself, and walk on a path that belongs to me alone. This sonorous voice shook the entire starry space. A Yi Fan who was walking towards the most glorious peak of his life appeared, shattering all obstructions. Nothing could obstruct his path. Wherever his gaze turned, that place would collapse, becoming a resplendent expanse. After that, primal chaos erupted as a scene of creation appeared. Boom! At this moment, a resplendent bolt of lightning shot out from his immortal foundation, tearing apart this universe, shattering this world. It illuminated eternity, so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Yi Fan closed his eyes, allowing the immortal light to shine even brighter. He didn't move for a long time, comprehending this unique experience. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The blazing light gradually vanished. Before him, there was a golden divine sea that undulated with majestic might. From time to time, the sun, moon, and constellations would descend from it. The universe was boundlessly vast. The astral rivers were resplendent, never broken, never destroyed. It was just like yesterday. Yi Fan sat there, not moving at all. He silently stared at this starry space. Only after a long time did he mumble to himself, I saw a corner of the future. What he experienced wasn't an illusion, it was the future. Even now, when he thought back, his heart was still aching. His spirit was still injured. That was a period of inextinguishable cruelty. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He stood up, wanting to grasp the future. He mustn't allow the tragedy to play out. A ball of fire burned in Yi Fan's heart. He wanted to stop all of this. The most important person in his life was right beside him, right in front of him. He definitely couldn't wait until he lost them to feel pain. Everything was like a real experience. His will was as firm as iron. He had to protect everyone and wouldn't wait until it truly happened. At the same time, Yi Fan also knew why such a thing had happened. The piece of divine wood in his hand was boiling hot, and had already been burned to ashes. This was the past secret he had obtained from the Northern Dipper lineage, and he had successfully cultivated it. After such a long time, he had everyone in the celestial court comprehend it, but no one could comprehend it. It required heavenly fate, and even he couldn't enter it. To him it was just a piece of wood. Now he had unexpectedly cultivated it, and a segment of profound meaning was imprinted in his mind. This was a supreme secret technique, a peerless secret for cultivating the primordial spirit. Once it was grasped to perfection, one could occasionally foresee the future. Moreover, he discovered that the movement's secret word had advanced by leaps and bounds. He seemed to have interfered with time during the process of comprehending the Tao. The combination of two supreme secret techniques had created a terrifying experience just now. And this sea? Yi Fan stared at the golden sea of bitterness, and didn't say anything for a long time. After an unknown period of time, his gaze became resolute. The period of time he had experienced was the most precious treasure of his life. A period of time, a period of life. My Tao was formed because of it. It's a priceless treasure. Yi Fan became more and more resolute. The light in his eyes shocked the heavens. That was the future. Although it wasn't the only one, it might completely change. However, the 10,000 years of desolation, the hundreds of years of lonely pursuit, the despair and grief, as well as the understanding and comprehension of life, were all indelible. Experiencing a period of time, and comprehending a period of the future, this was a 10,000-year life. It surpassed the value of the ancient scriptures. This might be the greatest treasure he had obtained on the path of cultivation. Unrivaled in the present age, Yi Fan's conviction was firm, and he became incomparably resolute. His eyes were like two golden bolts of lightning as he strode forward. His hair was snow white, but there weren't any wrinkles on his face. He was still young, and there was still time. There was still time. Yi Fan developed his own Tao and methods. That period of experience was too important. It made him sad, made him bitter, made him bleak. Even now when he thought back to it, he still felt waves of sorrow. This also gave him a deep feeling and endless comprehension. The heavenly tribulation hacked down. The sea of lightning submerging this place. Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After experiencing that kind of 10,000-year great tribulation, what else was there to be afraid of in life? He was still alive. His loved ones and friends were still alive. This was enough. He rushed towards the heavens, a fist smashing upwards. A single force passed through the 3 layers of tribulation sea, striking out a vacuum. Yi Fan's tribulation wasn't just one, but 3 quasi-emperor tribulations. Even though his cultivation time wasn't that long, his accumulations were deep enough. It was as if he had truly experienced the ups and downs of 10,000 years. From the 3rd layer of the quasi-emperor, he broke through all the way to the 6th layer. He was at the top of this world. Lightning radiance was endless. A vast immortal domain suppressed him, surrounding him. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone is still alive. So what if the 3 tribulations overlap? I will definitely make it through. Yi Fan's conviction was unprecedentedly powerful. After passing through that true future, he was moved too greatly. His will was like steel, not treating the 3 great tribulations as difficult. In reality, the 3 quasi-emperor tribulations were too rare. Even if it wasn't the only one since ancient times, it was close. At this level, how could one continuously undergo tribulations? Under normal circumstances, the quasi-emperor tribulations truly needed to be passed layer by layer. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Each layer would trap a cultivator for many years, even to the point of death. However, Yi Fan was this powerful. These 3 tribulations couldn't stop him. He rushed upwards, passing through all of the sea of lightning, breaking through the vast immortal domain. The cauldron danced with him. What he wanted wasn't just this. He couldn't act in the future anymore. He needed to become stronger. Chapter 1695. Yi Fan was extremely tired. He made it through 3 layers of quasi-emperor tribulation, his body covered in specks of blood. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't easily make it through. How many people had seen this type of tribulation before? The quasi-emperor tribulation was difficult to pass, yet he made it through 3 great trials in succession. Dang! A bell sound rang out, the sound chilly, shaking up one's soul. A great bell appeared. The heavenly tribulation was originally about to scatter. Yi Fan blasted through immortal domain's void figure, killing the green dragon, vermilion bird and others. He never expected this type of artifact to appear again. It was extremely sudden. There wasn't much lightning left, and this great bell was also extremely indistinct. There were streaks of electrical radiance interweaving, outlining its shape. It wasn't the Wuxia bell he had seen before, but rather a mysterious bell body he had never seen before. Symbols were endless, engraved on the bell's walls, every single ancient symbol possessing a type of strange power. It was intimidating. When Yi Fan saw it, he felt as if all of his blood vessels surged, interacting with it, indescribably resonating with it. It was an extremely strange feeling. Then, it shook in a long and drawn-out manner, almost making Yi Fan's soul fall out. Even someone as powerful as him had no choice but to do everything he could to resist, using all of his power. How terrifying. For Yi Fan to say these 3 words, it really was rare. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered an attack from Emperor artifacts before, but now, he felt like this bell was even more mysterious. In that instant he thought of a sex artifact. It was born in an immortal mountain, previously attacked by an emperor, wishing to seize the immortal bell grasped by Kunlun's descendants. It was definitely it. It really was unexpected. Did that immortal seed reflect this place? It was forged from natural laws, lightning interweaving, not much different from a real object. It could also release a clear and melodious sound. With a wung sound, it turned into a streak of flowing light, and then it suppressed downwards. The bell's mouth enlarged, surrounding the person and cauldron below, completely covering them. Yi Fan resisted. This was a tremendous pressure. His blood that was becoming increasingly red began to boil, bones releasing GG sounds. Rays of light scattered down from the immortal bell. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and used it to withstand the attack. Although he could easily injure himself, he took the risk and tempered the source energy cauldron. The ringing of the bell was long and drawn out, and the laws swept down. This was not an attack that was like a blade or a sword, but rather a suppression of a tremendous force. It was as if the entire starry sky was pressing down, wanting to crush Yi Fan into meat paste. If one didn't have a divine body, if one wasn't extremely sturdy, it would definitely be difficult to endure. It was just too powerful. Yi Fan's body split apart, bloody scars appearing. Perhaps it could also be said that it was precisely because his physical body was too powerful that the immortal bell appeared, matching the heavenly tribulation he should face, pressuring him. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal bell didn't fight to the death, fighting to the end, not taking another step forward. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan used all sorts of secret techniques to resist the falling celestial light. He even used his sacred body phenomenon to open up the entire sky and lift the celestial bell. In that place, the radiance was resplendent. A great bell was long and drawn out, tearing apart the peace of endless ages. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan finally sensed something. There was a type of power that was going to fluctuate within his body, resonating with that immortal bell. An incantation appeared in his mind. He was immediately shaken, great waves surging within him. It was actually related to this incantation. Was it because of it that the immortal bell was formed? Yi Fan was extremely shocked. The fog that had been shrouding him for many years seemed to have dispersed quite a bit. He trembled inwardly, thinking of many things. He definitely had to pursue this matter. The scriptures rang out, and then everything calmed down. The immortal bell also disappeared, the sea of lightning between heaven and earth gradually scattering, about to recover the starry radiance in the sky. However, with a loud hong sound, it was as if a raging sea was pouncing over. Tens of thousands of waves were raging. This was a great fire that burned the cosmos into ashes. The stars in the distance were engulfed by the flames and directly melted. This was karmic fire, roasting Yi Fan, refining his body. It came extremely mysteriously, extremely suddenly. The world of mortals was endless, all living things sinful. When the flames burned their bodies, deities wouldn't let them off either. Ancient Buddhas wouldn't be spared either. Once it entered the body, it would truly burn the soul, even going to be completely refined. This time, the karmic fire was a bit different from the karmic fire of the world. This was the karmic fire essence flame of 10,000 Tao, the most terrifying. All types of great evils of the heavens turned into flames, gathering together to burn Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan didn't run away, having the cauldron cross it together with him, bathing in the fiery light. This was a process that the quasi-emperor had to experience. Most people would appear when they became the quasi-emperor, but there were a few who would only appear later. When Yi Fan became the quasi-emperor back then, he crossed 2 calamities, so he was naturally an exception. Back then, when Shakyamuni became the quasi-emperor, tempering his body, he had once burned his bones, leaving behind a Buddha crown bone that landed in Huahua's hands. Yi Fan sat down, taking the initiative to draw the karmic fire onto his body, tempering his soul. This wasn't something an ordinary person dared to do, yet he was taking a risk. Because he wanted to become the most powerful, everything had to be done to an inconceivable standard, in preparation for the great battle in the future. He wouldn't allow any regrets to occur. Even though the future was full of uncertainties, and what he saw was only a corner of the future, full of variables, not necessarily true, as long as there was a chance, he would strangle it in the early stages. Increasing his strength was an inevitable choice. Karmic fire golden body. Yi Fan's entire body shone, the blood in his body surging, every bone moving rhythmically, trembling nonstop. This was a type of tempering, and even more so a rare transformation. It wasn't the karmic fire the common people saw, but rather the 10,000 flames within the karmic fire, tempering his body, burning endlessly. This was naturally a great tribulation, because one could clearly see Yi Fan's flesh breaking apart, almost burning. Every bone was colliding, even shattering. His body was reconstructing, like a snake shedding its old skin. Fine broken bones were also squeezed out, flesh and blood continuously falling off, dripping with fresh blood. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. How could a transformation be like this? It should be done step by step, from the minute changes. To be so bold and decisive like this, broken bones being replaced, flesh and blood being reduced, it was truly a bit terrifying. However, the karmic fire that quasi-emperor drew on was like this. This kind of transformation didn't have any order to speak of, it was extremely unyielding, extremely ferocious. The great calamity outside Yi Fan's body burned fiercely, engulfing him. This place became more and more mysterious, as if there was an invisible great axe chopping down, transforming his body. After who knew how much time had passed, the karmic fire completely retreated. The cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. He opened his eyes, sharp like lightning, and stood up. There were many pieces of broken bones under his feet. Those were the waist bones that had been squeezed out after being reborn. It was a bit terrifying. Yi Fan grabbed them in his hands, and then crushed them into flying ashes. He raised them lightly and said, "A period of my time was buried here, you can accompany me here." The third layer of the heavenly tribulation ended, and he had completed his advancement. Both his physical body and consciousness were extremely terrifying, reaching a shocking level. From today onwards, he could be considered one of the strongest in the universe, surpassing his opponents of the past. Many people in this life would find it difficult to compete with him, and perhaps they could only use time to make up for it in order to catch up. Yi Fan swallowed and drank like a whale, absorbing the essence of the universe to replenish his empty body after the tribulation. What was shocking was that the golden sea of bitterness below was unharmed. Even such a vast heavenly tribulation did not destroy it. He absorbed the essence from all directions, triggering the world's 10,000 Taos to cry out in harmony. Yi Fan felt a familiar fluctuation in the depths of the golden sea. He flew in, and multicolored light continuously pounced at him, causing his body to tremble violently. Then he let out a long sigh. He finally understood where this was, the divine physique ancestral star. However, it had been destroyed. The seal on the tomb of the divine physique ancestral star had been broken, but there was no body, no bones, only a golden taboo sea that rushed out and submerged this place. Is this the anger of the divine physique ancestral star? Yi Fan sighed. The person back then was too powerful. The sea of bitterness in the tomb was actually so vast, rushing through the tomb and submerging the starry sky. This kind of remnant Tao, this kind of trace, could be said to be the ultimate manifestation of a drop of blood filling up the sea of stars. No wonder it could be like this. It affected me together with the front secret word and the action secret word. It's a bloodline inheritance, the call of blood. This place was not very useful to Yi Fan. Only some essence energy that had not dissipated entered his body, and some Tao laws for him to ponder. But now, to the quasi-emperor of the sixth layer, it was no longer necessary. It's still very useful to Yangshi. Who knows, he might have a great opportunity here. Yi Fan searched everywhere in the Golden Taboo Sea, feeling that there should be something left behind. But after searching for several days, he still found nothing. He had no time to waste because there was still something important he had to do. He had to search for the immortal bell, so that he could have a trump card that no one could ignore in the future battle. Although the hope of obtaining it was a little uncertain, he had no choice but to give it a try, because the scripture in his body could actually resonate with the bell. Yi Fan left, temporarily ending his seclusion. He flew along, transforming into a terrifying beam of time light that tore through the darkness of the cosmos. It was incomparably terrifying. He continued to test things out as he advanced, and all aspects of his body improved. His battle prowess increased by a large amount, absolutely terrifying to the point where few people in the world could match him. Moreover, Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that he almost instantly stood in the God-forbidden domain. After repeated attempts, he discovered that the probability of triggering it was extremely high. There was a period of time when he would be happy if he could trigger it once every half a year. Later on, when he was in the Great Sage's realm, it was shortened to a few days. Now he actually erupted to this step, and could successfully trigger it multiple times in a single day. At this moment, Yi Fan's confidence soared, and his heroic spirit soared. In this world he could also be considered a peak expert. As long as supreme beings didn't appear, he, who was about to reach the major success stage, could fight against anyone. Even if he couldn't suppress several peerless experts, he wouldn't be as passive as he was in the past. Yi Fan flew his silhouette blurry. The Rho formula was unparalleled under the heavens, and his body affected the flow of time. A single leap seemed to be an eternity. Along the way, Yi Fan carved words in the void. The runes flashed and then condensed into a golden divine bird that flew toward the celestial court. This was the method of quasi-emperor on sixth heaven. Even though they were separated by countless galaxies, he could still use godly techniques to send messages. This was the letter he left for Yangshi, asking her to search for it on the ancestral planet of the Saint Physique. Meanwhile, he flew directly toward an ancient path, going against the flow. This was the starting path of the 9 dragons pulling coffin, and he had walked out from this starry sky. Moments later, Yi Fan landed on the ancient Mars star. This was his current power. He crossed the endless starry sky with a single thought, and arrived at his destination. For the battle in a few years, to survive, to protect his family and friends, and to prevent the elegy from resounding, he had to do everything possible to increase his strength and the foundation of the celestial court. He had come here to search for the celestial bell. Chapter 1696. Mars was a demonic star. This was Yi Fan's truest feeling. He had an unforgettable memory here. Half of his schoolmates' souls had returned to this place. Recalling the past, it felt like it was only yesterday. How many things could be repeated? Bits and pieces of the past had passed with the passage of time. Some people could never be seen again, but he could still remember their pale faces and helpless gazes. They longed to live on. Yi Fan stood silently. It was here that a few good brothers fell into a pool of blood one after another. They pulled with all their might, but they could no longer get up. They couldn't save their lives. Time was like a river that flowed slowly, covering up many things and taking away many emotions. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, no beginning or end, made them wander aimlessly, unable to return to the past. The trajectory of life and death changed, and the past became memories. The experience of life and death, the elegy of blood and fire. There weren't many people who survived until now. Only a few were left, and they spoke of old fragmented memories. The wind gradually rose, and the ancient Mars was scarlet red. There were hard grains of sand everywhere, and there was no sign of life in the dry desert. There were no familiar people or weapons. They had all been buried. Yi Fan took a step forward. Now he could make stars fall with a single thought, and planets and other things were nothing to him. His divine sense could completely cover this place. He felt a tremendous pressure here. Mars was definitely extraordinary, and couldn't be measured with common sense. Anyone who thought that they were unrivaled in the present age and rashly refined this planet would hit a wall. There was a great terror in the depths of Mars. If one dared to act rashly, there would be a bloody calamity. This was Yi Fan's first instinctive reaction, and he couldn't help but frown. There were too many buried here, recording a thick and terrifying history. Back then, there was a great battle involving emperors. It had been covered in dust for years, but it had never dissipated until now. Yi Fan withdrew his attention from the depths of the Earth's core and walked on the surface. The great thunderclap temple had long since ceased to exist, and there were almost no traces left. Relying on his powerful divine sense, he found the foundation of the thunderclap temple. The crocodile ancestor no longer existed, and the dungeon was still full of energy. Back then, Shakyamuni had set up the 18 levels of hell to suppress the 18 giants of the universe. The bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty crocodile ancestor, and the powerful divine will of a saint physique. Which one of them was easy to deal with? This was the yin-yang prison, divided into 2 layers that restrained and complemented each other. It was an exquisite design, using the power of heaven and earth to suppress 2 great demon kings for 2,000 years. Since Yi Fan had returned, he naturally had to take a clear look. Back then, his cultivation was weak, and there were many things that he couldn't see through. These carvings have a deeper meaning, hinting at the terror of Mars. Wild beasts are the soldiers, Cheongqi Kuanpeng, and the others are the generals, leading to a deep burial ground. Yi Fan understood. Shakyamuni had also wanted to explore the world under the Red Sea, but he had failed. He was missing something, and all his efforts had gone to waste. He could only choose to strengthen the seal to prevent the monsters inside from breaking out. Yi Fan gently brushed the dust away. An enormous stone pillar released caw-caw sounds, and a layer of stone powder fell off. 9 stars flickered brilliantly, flickering about. The coordinates of the 18 levels of hell. Yi Fan was surprised. Sure enough, there was a mystery. This was the power of the quasi-emperor on 6th heaven. Nothing could be hidden from him, and every little clue could be reflected in his mind. This was the mystery carved by Shakyamuni. The other 8 stars were like this one, divided into the upper and lower yin-yang prisons, located in the 8 great ancient regions. Yi Fan understood and walked to the surface. After observing for 2 days on Mars, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he crossed the stars to search for other levels of hell. At Yi Fan's current realm, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if it was a demon region sealed by the quasi-emperor in the past, he could easily break into it. Perhaps he would be able to gain more enlightenment and safely explore the secrets of Mars's underground. His speed was very fast. Although he crossed the endless starry sky, time seemed to have frozen in an instant. He arrived at his first stop. He couldn't feel any signs of life here. Desolation was the theme. Yi Fan said softly. Could this be the place where the 99 Dragon Mountains once descended? He carefully explored, discovering that this was previously a source of life, but it had completely dried up. All of the spiritual essence had become empty, seized by a mysterious power. Moreover, there were remnants on the Great Earth, the places where dragon veins had previously resided. Mars was also such a place, and Earth was the last stop. It was fortunate that it hadn't been destroyed. A broken tablet stood here. No one knew how many years it had been since someone came here, and there were no other traces. Demon Sealing Tablet. There were 3 ancient words on the broken tablet. Yi Fan searched the entire ancient star, and only found something strange here. He was sure that this was the location of the prison. He pulled up the stone tablet, and immediately, waves of demonic energy rushed up like a volcano eruption. Smoke filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. As expected, this was a prison. There was a shocking great demon sealed in the first floor. It let out an excited and terrifying roar. Dao friend outside, please lend me a hand. I will reward you generously. Tell me your name, Yi Fan said calmly. Great Xia Dragonfinch. The roar shook the heaven and earth. There was a kind of heroic spirit, and also a kind of arrogance. Yi Fan was speechless. Wasn't Long Yuxuan's ancestor the great Xia Dragonfinch? He was a demonic god that had once called upon the wind and summoned the rain in ancient China. Could it be that he was suppressed here? Yi Fan asked. There was a moment of silence from within, and then he erupted in anger. I only stayed there for a period of time. I couldn't find any immortal treasures and was instead suppressed. Are you threatening me? There is a bit of my bloodline left there, so it isn't much. It won't be able to restrict me. Yi Fan laughed. He tore open the seal, and a dragonfinch rushed out from an ancient well. It spread its wings and then dove down with a wave of tyrannical aura. I saved you and you still want to harm me? Yi Fan's expression was calm. He raised his hand and slapped over. With a loud honglong sound, the great Xia Dragonfinch spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his golden divine feathers flew everywhere. He revealed an expression of shock. Back then, he was a demonic god and was at the peak of the great sage realm. Even though most of his cultivation was shaved off by Sakyamuni and he was suppressed here, he didn't waste his time. He had already recovered and was quietly waiting for the day he could escape. He never thought that this person would be so terrifying at such a young age. That Baldy from back then was just too terrifying. I just wanted to test your strength. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. The great dragonfinch explained. There was a great fear in his heart. This wasn't his era anymore, and such a terrifying figure had actually appeared. Pung. Yi Fan's large hand slapped down again. The great Xia Dragonfinch's soul almost left his body. He rushed into the sky, but he was grabbed by a large golden hand and couldn't escape. Please show mercy. He couldn't help but cry out. I'll teach you a lesson. There are many people in this world who can deal with you. Don't be arrogant and kill without reason. Yi Fan let him go, but his entire body was covered in blood and many of his bones were broken. The great Xia Dragonfinch was terrified and didn't say anything else. Yi Fan broke open the other layer of the cage, but in the end, it was all for naught. The person inside had long died in meditation for hundreds of years, and only a corpse was left. It didn't survive the corrosion of time. The great Xia Dragonfinch wanted to leave, but Yi Fan forced it to stay by his side. It was quite strong, and if it didn't like its actions, it would take lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been suppressed. The great Xia Dragonfinch was helpless. This young man was too strong, and he couldn't leave. He could only follow. We were suppressed, but we were still alive. Firstly, that Baldy was quite merciful. Secondly, we all know some secrets of the Chaos God planet, and are of some value to the future generations. It is just that this kind of waiting for the fated situation is really infuriating. The great Xia Dragonfinch spoke the truth. Yi Fan nodded and rushed to the next area. This time, 2 living beings were unsealed. One was a silver snake, and the other was a heavenly bug. These 2 were ferocious beings. They attacked as soon as they broke free, but in the end, Yi Fan used one hand to beat them into submission. They didn't dare to be violent anymore. The great Xia Dragonfinch sighed and said, back then, these 2 were shocking figures. If they weren't suppressed by Sakya, they would have most likely entered the quasi-emperor realm. Now they are being beaten up. Stop talking. Everyone knows that you were a ferocious person back then, but now, you have become an obedient bird. The heavenly bug said. Just like that, Yi Fan broke through 7 stars and released a total of 12 ancient people. They were all extremely strong, and he didn't have much to say to them. If they dared to cause trouble, he would just fight them. This method was very useful. Yi Fan taught these ferocious beings a lesson. They didn't dare to cause trouble, and they were forced to follow him. He didn't imprison them. The quasi-emperor on 6th heaven was enough to intimidate them. Any ferocious being could only lie down in front of such a master. If they dared to resist, they would only be courting death. When they came to the last star, someone issued a challenge to Yi Fan. This was the only quasi-emperor, and he was also the most powerful and terrifying person back then. This person's cultivation had been shaved off, but after 2,000 years of hard cultivation, He forcefully recovered his power and almost reached a higher level. He was a master on third heaven of the quasi-emperor, but he still couldn't escape. When Yi Fan broke the last cage, he spent a lot of effort. This was an ancient bird with bright red feathers that transformed into a Taoist robe. He fought with Yi Fan right away because he knew that if he didn't fight, he would be subdued, and it would be difficult for him to escape. If you were peaceful, I wouldn't have kept you by my side and let you go. Since I let you out, you have to be responsible for other living beings. I won't allow you to leave and cause trouble. Yi Fan's attack was still simple. With a wave of his sleeve, he was sucked inside. No matter how great his power was, he couldn't fly out of this world. This old rooster was known as the mountain phoenix back then. After its bloodline awakened, it was difficult to find a match in the demon race. It was undefeated before meeting the Baldi, but today, it actually encountered a great setback. The old rooster is out of luck. He is proud and arrogant, but he will always encounter a supreme expert who can suppress him. The other demons discussed in low voices. Some people took joy in his misfortune. They had suffered at his hands before, so they were happy to see him suffer. Ah! This ancient mountain bird roared loudly. Its phoenix blood boiled, and its Taoist robe shattered. It turned into hundreds of thousands of divine feathers that shot towards Yi Fan, trying to break free from his sleeve. The old rooster is going all out. Its leg hair is fighting. As expected, it's angry and isn't holding back at all. Its entire body is bare. Yi Fan was speechless. This Taoist formed from the spirit of a mountain chicken was truly violent. It was actually like this. He flipped his hand and pressed it down, forcing it to transform into its original form. It was actually a featherless rooster. There was a difference of 3 heavens, and Yi Fan was so powerful. This ancient demon simply didn't have the capital to contend against him. Even though it was extremely powerful, it was far from being his opponent. I submit. In the end, the old rooster yielded and revealed his origins. He was indeed a rooster spirit who obtained Tao in an immortal's cave and cultivated supreme divine abilities. He hated others, calling him a mountain chicken and rooster spirit. He called himself the mountain phoenix. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't humiliate him, and told him their purpose in finding him. The group of 14 returned to Mars. These people had all come for the immortal treasures back then, and they all knew some secrets. Together, they would be of great help in exploring this place. In reality, even though the 13 great demons were somewhat unconvinced at first, they immediately calmed down after arriving here. They also wanted to see the supreme treasures and great secrets of Mars. Everyone, since we've chosen the same path, let's get to the bottom of this together, said Yi Fan. He was somewhat moved. Back then, the 18 levels of hell could only be considered a legend to him. He had never thought that one day, he would personally break through it and release a total of 13 living ancients. The years flew by like a dream. Chapter 1697. The ancient Mars was clearly much larger than it was now, but because of the great changes, it shrunk and became like this. The northern sea eye was dried up, and there was no water. When Yi Fan and the others arrived, they only saw sand and boulders that had been washed clean. Most of them were scarlet red in color. Some said that this was caused by blood. The battle back then had dyed the entire Mars star red. If not for that immortal treasure suppressing it, the so-called solar system wouldn't even exist anymore. Pung. The 100 feet heavenly worm took action. It moved away a boulder and opened the seal, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cold and sinister aura appeared, shocking one to the soul. Yi Fan walked forward and was the first to enter. He went straight into the depths and could vaguely hear the sounds of tsunamis. This was a vast world that was far more vast than one could imagine. There was a seal below. At first, it wasn't difficult to break, and it wasn't a problem for the great sage. Only when they heard the chanting of scriptures did they raise their guard. Woo, it's that group of monks. They became a group of ghost monks. A large ship blocked the way. Golden light shone for tens of thousands of zhang, and waves of chanting could be heard. However, it was extremely weak and could break at any time. No, it's different from hundreds of years ago. Yi Fan said softly. How powerful was his divine sense? Those ancient Buddhas and Arhats were all gone. There was a layer of powder on the ship. They had all melted and turned into dust. The chanting came from the ship itself. It was the reverberation of the past Buddhist chants and not the chanting of scriptures. It was clear that something had happened. This place was different and much more terrifying than before. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part. Finally, they arrived at the underground world. Everything was shaken. There really was a sea that was pitch black like ink. It was boundless and without end. It was extremely strange to see such a scene underground. This is a world of its own. The great Xia Dragonfinch said. Based on what he knew, it was extremely difficult to get close to the endless sea. Even the great sage found it difficult to break through. Now it was so easy. It was clear that the great seal had been broken. Be careful. The mountain phoenix reminded. Don't worry, old rooster, no Lord Mountain Phoenix. Inchi hurriedly changed the way he addressed her. He had accidentally called her that way, and he was really afraid that he would bring about a fatal disaster. Now that we're here, let's work together. Everyone, make sure to explain everything you know in advance to avoid any major problems, Yifan said. As he finished speaking, he was the first to descend into the Black Ocean to investigate. There were no unforeseen changes. This place was deathly still, without any signs of life. There were no fish in the sea, and even less of a demon. It was a dead sea, completely silent. Is this the place where an entire generation of emperor-level experts were buried? Nothing could be seen. Only water and the Black Sea. There was no danger here. It was very calm, but the silence was almost scary. It made people feel that something was wrong. They all followed beside Yifan and Shan Huang as they advanced into the depths of the sea. After all, these were two quasi-emperor, which gave them enough confidence to advance. It could be said to be a luxurious lineup. With their speed, crossing a star domain wasn't a problem. However, they still couldn't reach the limits of the sea. It was a great world after all. Finally, they saw an island. It was pitch black like a mountain ridge as it emerged from the water surface. However, as soon as they got closer, their expressions changed. How was this an island? It was actually a vertebra that stretched across this place. It was incomparably large, stretching over 10,000 li. This was an enormous skeleton of many sections. It was submerged in the sea, yet it could protrude out like this. It was truly shocking. This is a star beast still in its infancy. It lives by eating star cores. Who would have thought that this type of creature really existed? We haven't seen many of them since the ancient times. Everyone was astonished. This type of creature's potential was limitless. In the later stages, it would reach quasi-emperor level strength. In reality, the few that appeared in history had all stirred up endless storms. If not for this race being so rare, it would definitely become a great disaster for the universe. Boundless water realm. When will it reach its end? Someone said to himself. Yifan extended out his divine senses, but it was extremely strange. This place was extremely special. Even someone as powerful as his divine will couldn't investigate everything. It was covered up by a mysterious fluctuation. It's that supreme treasure's aura. It has turned into a formless great Tao, cutting off everything here. It might be underwater. Shan Huang spoke about the clues she obtained. The 100 feet heavenly bug said. Woo, then let's go down and take a look. However, this sea doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. Who knows what might happen if we go down rashly. Let's give it a try first. If there is something terrifying lying dormant, there will be a battle sooner or later. We might as well do it as soon as possible. Inchi said. Let me do it. That red-crowned crane transformed into its original form. With a spread of its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. Then it fiercely hacked downwards, its divine wings like snow-white heavenly blades, splitting the heavens, splitting the vast sea into two. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens, locking onto the red-crowned crane. An enormous tentacle reached over, as if it was a demon from the abyss of hell. Its entire body was bumpy and covered in mucus, its tentacle reaching several thousand li in length. The red-crowned crane clashed with it. Its silver wings erupted with brilliant light, releasing kung-chang sounds. It flew outwards. That tentacle was extremely powerful. It continued to extend outwards, almost wrapping around it and pulling it into the sea. There was a terrifying demonic nature to it. It's an octopus. It's this enormous, full of corrosive power, deathly energy pervading the air. When the seawater rose and fell, they saw a gray octopus that was the size of a heaven-connecting giant mountain. It was suffused with deathly mist, even more so a type of decaying aura. This wasn't a true prehistoric octopus, but rather a dead spirit formed from endless rotting flesh. Energy overflowed into the heavens. Heroic spirits rest in peace, dead slaves guard the tomb. This is what my master told me when he was still alive. It seems like it really is under the sea. Someone said with shock. This octopus was extremely strange. There was the corpse of the great sage on it, as well as the fragments of the quasi-emperor's weapons. It was extremely powerful, weaker than the abnormal great sage, to the extent where some parts were even stronger. However, in front of the true quasi-emperor, it wasn't much. The mountain phoenix reached out her hand, pointing out. That enormous creature was directly blasted apart, turning into mud. Energy and the stench of decay overflowed into the heavens. The mountain phoenix pointed out again, opening up a passage, separating them from the seawater, directly entering the boundless sea. They didn't know how far they traveled. They unexpectedly passed through the water layer, arriving at the very bottom. It was incredibly spacious without any water, the vast sea covering them, not falling down. Meanwhile, the ground was densely packed, skeletal remains everywhere, ice-cold corpses of creatures everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. This made one's scalp go numb. Just how many people died back then? Why were there so many? They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance? This is the place. We arrived at an ancient battlefield that buried an entire era. There were even Emperor Dao figures who fell here. The snake was moved. Something isn't right. It was rumored that normal people couldn't enter at all, so why didn't we expend any effort? This place's seal was broken by someone, so we weren't obstructed, directly arriving at this battlefield. When they heard this result, their minds sunk. Someone beat them to it, arriving many years before them. Yi Fan lowered his head, looking at this endless battlefield. He sensed endless energy, as well as a strand of exuberant life force. He knew that there was great danger here. Back then he had speculated that there might be spirits reborn here, and now it seemed like it was true. This is simply the second of the underworld. The most terrifying situation might appear. The great Xia Dragon Sparrow said, his expression extremely gloomy. Yi Fan brought out the green lotus, holding it in his hand just in case. He walked forward. As they walked forward, they became more and more alarmed. There were countless broken weapons and flags on the ground. No lack of quasi-emperor weapons. Even though they were destroyed to the point where they couldn't be used, even the material's divinity had disappeared. They could still see that they were definitely quasi-emperor weapons. Just how terrifying was that battle back then? There were actually so many damaged weapons left behind. The level of those weapons was too high. Moreover, they discovered that there were many layers to the battlefield. They were originally all sealed. The deeper they went, the deeper the seal became. However, now they had all been broken, their path unobstructed. Too terrifying, it had long been broken by someone, it's too horrifying. Even the mountain phoenix was shocked. It was because when they approached the core region, the battlefield's remaining sealing power made even him feel like it was troublesome. If it was him who broke through the seal, he most likely wouldn't be able to reach this place. There were countless corpses on the ground, the earth black and red. This was formed from endless bloody mud and ruined blood. In a battle of that level, it was difficult for corpses to be left behind. They would inevitably turn into bloody mist. These remains were piled up by someone later on. Or else there would only be ruined blood. They were buried here, turned into a cemetery. A great world becoming a cemetery. Just how terrifying was this? I feel like it wasn't later generations who buried them here, but rather someone who did it themselves, needing these flesh bodies. Yi Fan frowned. He sensed a powerful wave of life force. Even though he was drowned under the sea of death energy, he could still sense it with his spiritual senses. We've arrived the core burial ground. What is that? There are several corpses, their blood already flowing out, dying here. They were shocked. In the depths of the battlefield, there was an incomparably grand palace. There were many flesh corpses around it, but there were 3 that were special lying in front of the palace gates. A divine tiger, definitely the quasi-emperor. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the mount of the long-life celestial being in Immortal Mausoleum. Before the final battle, when the immortal path collapsed, this tiger disappeared, never expecting to appear here. It was already a corpse, the blood essence within its body drained, the rotten blood on the ground long lacking spiritual energy. Beside it, another corpse was also recognized. This is someone from the underworld. They actually found this place. It's a war slave. Yi Fan already understood the underworld quite well, seeing through its origins. It had reincarnation imprints on its body, as well as the symbol of an underworld slave. It hadn't truly awakened, possessing great strength. It was sent out to carry out a mission, yet it died here. There was another quasi-emperor, one he didn't recognize. From the looks of it, it had already been several hundred years since it died. It similarly lost its blood essence. Rotten blood scattered all over the ground. Not to mention the other demons, even the mountain phoenix's heart was pounding. Even the quasi-emperor had died here, each with a great background. It most likely wouldn't be able to escape if it went in. Yi Fan stared ahead, the green lotus in his hand slashing through the thick mist, or else this kind of thing could even block the heaven's eye. Within the grand palace, there were 3 severed arms, half a head, and many pieces of flesh that didn't belong to the same person. An explosion sounded in Yi Fan's mind. That was the flesh and blood of an Emperor realm expert, who ate them, leaving only these remnants. He had fought with the Supreme Being before, so he knew that the flesh and blood definitely belonged to an Emperor realm expert. However, now that the blood essence was gone, and the Emperor realm's laws were erased, one could no longer feel that kind of supreme dignity. Only that unique aura was left. And they seemed to have been devoured by a large beast. This made one's scalp go numb. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the severed arms, broken heads, and pieces of flesh were filled with the power of time, left behind by someone countless years ago. Yi Fan's body went cold. What exactly was buried in the depths of Yinghua? What was the truth? It definitely wasn't as simple as the outside world said. Something was sleeping here, devouring the endless flesh and blood, eating the remains of the Emperor realm experts. The fallen Supreme Being who had buried an era back, then had actually met such a fate. Could it be that that thing was still alive? The divine tiger, the underworld's war slave, and the nameless quasi-emperor had all fallen outside in the past few hundred years. Their blood essence had all disappeared. Yi Fan's eyes burst with light, the heaven's eye of source piercing through the void, illuminating the entire palace and dispersing the mist. What is that? Someone trembled. In the void above the palace, there was a blood-colored ball of flesh that looked like a large cocoon. It was pulled into a void gate, about to disappear from this world at any time. Behind that gate, there was a primal chaos bell with a suction force. It was precisely this bell that was pulling the ball of flesh in. The 2 sides fell into a deadlock, and this state should have lasted for quite a long time. How could it be here? Even someone as strong-willed as Yi Fan's expression changed greatly at this moment, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was too shocking. That was actually the Wuxia bell. Back then, this bell had filled up the path of immortality, so how could it be here now? It was going to pull that terrifying ball of flesh into another world. The immortal bell wasn't here, but the Wuxia bell had appeared. This caused great waves to surge in Yi Fan's heart. There was indeed a great terror beneath the ancient Mars star, and a great bloody secret was hidden. Chapter 1698. It's suppressing the meatball, trying to pull it into another world. Is this the legendary immortal bell? The 13 demons stared with wide eyes. Why had they come back then? Today they finally saw it. While they were sighing, they were also horrified. That meatball was too terrifying. It could devour Emperor Dao experts. What was this thing? The forbidden land of death was filled with dense yin qi. The life force inside was very strange, but it was also extremely powerful. This meatball was able to transform to such an extreme, so it definitely had a great origin. It's only the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan shook his head. He naturally recognized it as he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he didn't expect to see it here again. How could the treasure that suppressed the path of immortality appear here? What? Great Emperor Wusher's weapon? Regardless of the era, demons, ghosts, and immortals all had to revere this peerless expert who surpassed the heavenly deity realm. No matter how powerful you were, it was difficult to be arrogant before this man. You had to look up to him. His years of dominating the world was a glorious legend that couldn't be replicated. How could this be? This meatball devoured the ancient emperor's flesh. Is it undergoing a transformation? Why is it being suppressed by Great Emperor Wusher's weapon? The 13 demons' voices were all unnatural. They knew that they had encountered a great calamity. If not for Great Emperor Wusher's bell of primal chaos, they might be in danger. This was the guess of the dragon sparrow Inshi and the others. Yi Fan might be able to escape, but those who weren't from the quasi-emperor realm had no hope at all. They had no power to fight. Because of the previous example, 3 quasi-emperors had already died. How terrifying. For the great sage to say this and feel his body go cold. It was clear just how terrifying the scene before his eyes was. The meatball had a kind of demonic power that could affect people's thoughts. They couldn't help but want to offer up their blood essence for it. That was because some of the 13 demons had already done so. If not for Yi Fan and Shan Huang standing at the side, that person would definitely be in danger. To be honest, even Yi Fan was afraid of this meatball. After observing it for a long time, he led these people back and circled the magnificent palace a few times. On the vast earth, there were endless corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Were all of the experts of an era really buried here? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Even the ground was made of blood and broken bones. No wonder this place was called the demonic danger zone. The blood and tears of the past, the tragedy of the past, all gathered together. The 13 great demons discussed softly, speculating about the origin of that meatball. They believed that the most terrifying thing happened here, turning into another underworld. What was different was that the ocean-like corpses here didn't all develop intelligence. They didn't turn into endless soldiers and generals, but only became a single living creature. The 10 great demons speculated that there was only one god in the corpse that transformed on his own. He absorbed the divine power of the other corpses and devoured the remnant Tao foundation of the others, turning into a supreme being. In this world, there is a kind of creature called God. After the original experts died and were buried underground, they gained intelligence. Their corporeal bodies formed reincarnation seals and were reborn. And the God here surpassed the past. Perhaps it could be called the most powerful in history. God attaining Tao. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This kind of bad conjecture and ominous premonition made the 13 great demons tremble. It should be an invincible existence that no one in the present world could restrain. Only, they didn't know why Great Emperor Wusher's bell of chaos flew over to suppress it. Maybe it's not that simple, Shan Huang said softly. Back then, that war was said to have buried an era. The borders of the universe were destroyed and many star regions were destroyed. It was equivalent to the extinction of all the experts in that era. It was known as the War of the Deities. Too many experts were mobilized and ancient emperors participated. Not only were their weapons destroyed, but they also fell. Yi Fan also thought of many things. The black gourd he gifted to the old lunatic, the emperor imprint that Kunlun's descendants obtained. These were all ancient artifacts that were destroyed in the War of the Deities. In history, there had been more than one great war of the heavenly deities. In the end, it was all because of the discord in the life-restricted regions. Otherwise, no matter how powerful an ordinary expert was, they wouldn't be able to produce such terrifying destructive power. The reason was because of the long life disaster. For the sake of survival, for the sake of undying, the most powerful individuals would also fight fiercely. When the confrontation reached a certain degree, it would inevitably erupt. What do you all think? Could it be that there was someone who deliberately incited it, happy to see all living things participate in the war, thus ending an era? Shan Huang asked. This old rooster had experienced far too many things. He had found the cave abode of an ancient immortal, and cultivated a peerless divine ability. Naturally, he had also heard of many secrets. When he pieced together many fragmented pieces of old events, he naturally came to a different conclusion. The Great War of the Heavenly Deities was just a legend. Many people didn't believe it, but after today's underground exploration, they all became silent. It was too terrifying. The Emperor Realm experts' corpses in the palace were definitely those that fell in that battle. And in the end, they were devoured by someone. Perhaps that meatball isn't the Een deity you all speak of, but rather an unmatched supreme being that had existed for a long time. Yi Fan spoke. This speculation made everyone shiver with fear. If it was true, then the war of the deities back then was extremely strange, and worth thinking about. Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their backs. It was too terrifying. This is a confrontation in the life-restricted regions, a confrontation between supreme beings. It isn't something we can touch. If everyone's search for the supreme treasure Immortal Bell doesn't work, then we should hurry and withdraw. Which one of the 13 great demons wasn't an expert at the peak? They had experienced too much. Through bits and pieces, they understood how terrifying this place was. There were some things they couldn't touch. They felt that they had come for nothing this time. It would be hard to gain anything from entering the burial ground where Mars had been sealed. It was already very good that they had survived. 3 quasi-emperors had died in front of them, making everyone's hair stand on end. In any case, this time, they had fulfilled one of their wishes to explore this place in the past. Yi Fan was truly a bit unwilling. He had walked here for a long time and understood how terrifying the deity battlefield was, but he still couldn't find the Immortal Bell. This made him frown. When they arrived before the palace again, he couldn't stop staring at the meatball. Seeing this, the others felt their hair stand on end. Shan Huang advised, "Although we are quasi-emperor, that thing isn't something we can touch. It's better for us to retreat. This involves the secrets of the ancient supreme beings." The others agreed. The thing in the meatball was still sleeping. Once it was angered and awakened, there might be a great disaster. Yi Fan stood there silently and led them away. Feeling a bit unwilling, he chanted an ancient scripture and immersed his mind into it. His entire body emitted a precious radiance. The people at the side were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. A quasi-emperor from 6th heaven released his aura without holding anything back. They couldn't bear it, and their bodies trembled. Shan Huang protected everyone, and hid far away. Dang. Suddenly, a long and drawn-out sound of a bell rang out. The earth in the depths of the burial ground split open, and magma surged out. There was a field of runes in the depths of the earth that interweaved into an immortal bell. It flickered with all kinds of talisman lights. An immortal cave, and a bell formed from order hangs there. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. They didn't find anything when they entered the burial ground, but such a phenomenon happened when they were about to leave. Yi Fan was speechless. He had spent so much effort, but couldn't find anything. Now he could see it like this. If he had known earlier, he would have just stood here and chanted. This is a place where someone cultivated in seclusion. Did you guys feel it? The immortal cave is filled with the same aura as that meatball. It used to cultivate here. The heavenly insects said. They went deeper. This was a cave in the Earth's core magma. There were actually a few pieces of broken skin inside, and there was a suffocating aura. This was left behind by a great emperor. However, the laws have been erased, and the divinity has been completely lost. Or perhaps, that person underwent rebirth and left behind some remnants. Shan Huang said. She couldn't help but tremble. Today, they touched upon a heaven-shocking great secret that might involve the most powerful individuals from the ancient past until now. Raging flames burned. The ancient cave surged with flames, making one feel unbearable heat. Those pieces of skin that lost their divinity already posed no threat to the people of the present world. What a pity this isn't a true immortal bell, just something condensed from symbols. It had appeared here before, engraving indelible Dao traces. Shan Huang said. Despite this being the case, only Yi Fan and Shan Huang could approach and observe this immortal bell formed from order. Yi Fan stared at it and said, "Someone studied the divine bell here, wishing to find out why. These are the immortal bell Dao traces he drew out. Inconceivable." When these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. Did someone obtain the immortal bell and observe it before? If they wanted to get to the bottom of this, it would be a bit terrifying. What a chaotic ancient era. Even I am confused now. What happened? She said with a sigh. In the past, there was a great battle between heavenly deities. An ancient emperor appeared, and an emperor weapon was destroyed. Rumor has it that this immortal bell was involved. In the end, no one was the winner, and this place was completely sealed. The great Xia dragon Sparrow said. Correct. Later on, an unmatched supreme being came and faced the immortal bell, observing its divine patterns. However, in the end, that immortal bell still flew away. Look, there are traces here. There is a large hole that pierced through the void and tore through the cosmos. Yi Fan deduced. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was a large bell-shaped hole. That was the opening created from the collision. There was a chaotic passage that hadn't closed even now, still appearing. That Emperor Realm expert who had previously studied the immortal bell is still alive, transforming within the flesh sphere. One of the 13 great demons said in a soft voice. Everyone's scalps went numb, their fine hairs all standing on end. Just how powerful was that person? One has to understand that back then, Dizun had slaughtered his way up the immortal mountain for the sake of the immortal bell. He attacked Kunlun's clan, yet he couldn't obtain this bell. It broke through the void and left. Who was this person? There is another primal chaos cave here with immortal light. The immortal crane among the demons was shocked. It's a node of the immortal path. Yi Fan was shocked. Endless years ago, there was an immortal path here. Too terrifying. Can this person enter the immortal path alive? I wonder if he has the strength to fight his way into immortal domain. The scene before their eyes left everyone shocked. They were stupefied. The mountain phoenix approached, wishing to see what was going on. Even though this place was about to close and there was no way there was a passage into immortal domain, it still attracted his attention. Suddenly, he released a muffled groan and flew out from within. Within the shattered primal chaos cave, there were two people sitting opposite of each other, confronting each other. It was their existence that kept this path that should have closed a long time ago open. Chapter 1699. This made everyone's scalps feel like they were going to explode. Cold air rushed out from the top of their skulls. It was simply inconceivable. Just how powerful were these people? They were actually opposing each other on the path of immortality. How powerful was Shan Huang? This was Quasi-Emperor's third heaven. Yet he was sent flying before he even got close. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, his face pale. He was seriously injured. He fell onto the ground, his face incomparably pale. His eyes were full of shock. Just the aura alone could injure him. There was someone this powerful in this world? In the past, he was arrogant and unswerving, never believing that someone could look down on Quasi-Emperor like this. Not even ancient supreme beings could do this. However, today he experienced it. Those two didn't move at all. Just when he rashly approached, he was crushed by the terrifying aura to the point where his bones were about to shatter. The path of immortality that should have closed a long time ago didn't completely close because of these two. However, it was only 100 zhang long. They were at the end of the 100 zhang, extremely indistinct. Yi Fan supported Shan Huang up. He circulated divine force, using the person's secret to treat him, freeing him from danger. His blood and energy finally flowed smoothly, his great Dao injuries disappearing. The 13 great demons didn't say a word, remaining silent out of fear. They had previously moved unhindered between heaven and earth, looking down on a region. They were all the most powerful creatures in their respective star systems. Otherwise, how could they have dared to set out alone to search for immortal treasures? However, now they deeply felt how insignificant they were. Compared to supreme beings, they couldn't be considered anything at all. Yi Fan had everyone back up. He watched from the cave entrance, holding the green lotus in front of him. He didn't use magical force, only using the heaven's origin eye. Not a true person. When these words were spoken, even though everyone released a breath of relief, the mental blow they received was even greater. Just what kind of person was this? They were ridiculously powerful, already unreal, almost illusory. These were two figures, quietly sitting at the limits of the primal chaos. They were formed from natural laws, both of them deep like the sea, impossible to see through. In the past, there were two people who faced each other here. This is the reappearance of the true scene. They left behind indelible imprints. Even after tens of thousands of years have passed, the Tao laws still haven't scattered. When this inference was made, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Those two could only be described as peerless and matchless. Who were these people? They were existences who had confronted each other on the path of immortal ascension. This was clearly not as simple as achieving immortal ascension. This was an unparalleled battle. Fight their way to the immortal path and fight against the pinnacle of life. Yi Fan retreated, and then used a great divine ability like origin tracing. After all, it was a virtual Tao law and not a living person. He felt that he should be able to give it a try without suffering any backlash. However, as soon as it began, this place immediately rumbled with thunder, heaven and earth on the verge of collapse. Imperial Tao laws appeared. Yi Fan used the green lotus to sweep outwards. He quickly retreated and stopped his actions. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two were too powerful, and the later generations couldn't even fathom them. He closed his eyes. Even though he failed, he still made some gains during that brief moment, seizing the fragments of time. He carefully analyzed them. Then his body trembled violently. There were two people who sat here for 2,000 years, confronting each other. This really wasn't just for the sake of immortal ascension. They could actually restrict each other like this. They didn't challenge the path of immortality, but instead fought to see who was stronger and who was weaker. One of them was that meatball. Yi Fan said. Based on this deduction, wouldn't the other person be Wu Shi? Heavens, this was too subversive. Were they still carrying out a different type of confrontation? That great bell wanted to pull the meatball into another realm. The two mutually restricted each other, leaving everyone speechless. How long did this battle last? There were people who lived on the path of immortal ascension. This was perhaps the most terrifying battle since ancient times. Yi Fan sighed. He thought back to the words he heard in the past. They were actually proven to be true. More than 300 years ago, the darkness chaos erupted. At that time, the Wu Shi bell and the stone scripture both foretold that great Emperor Wu Shi suppressed the path of immortal ascension in his later years, powerless to care about anything else. Who would have thought that this was actually true? The darkness chaos, such a terrifying disaster, such a great world that left people in despair. Yet great Emperor Wu Shi didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Even his primal chaos bell flew away, not participating in the battle, suppressing the path of immortality. Back then, there were many people who felt regret, but now, everything was clear. Great Emperor Wu Shi wasn't only suppressing the path of immortal ascension. He was also suppressing a person, the most powerful person in history. Time was like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. It was unknown whether the unmatched great emperor of the past was still alive or not. Now there was only a great bell suppressing that meatball in his place. It made one sigh bitterly. There were two void figures in the primal chaos passageway. One was Wu Shi, and the other was the meatball's true body from tens of thousands of years ago. One person was no longer here, and the other had undergone nirvana. Was this real? Great Emperor Wu Shi, one of the most powerful people in history. Is the person here really him? The 13 great fiendish demons were all trembling with excitement. Even though they were of different races and came from different galaxies, they were still in awe of the supreme expert who had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths when he was alive. He is the only one. He had previously established a glory that cannot be replicated. Who is the peak at the end of the path of immortality? Seeing Wu Shi's Tao vanish into thin air, this is the best interpretation of that great emperor from back then. Even Shan Huang was moved. She felt sincere admiration towards that ancient supreme being whom she couldn't possibly meet, but she respected in her heart. Even after reaching the realm of quasi-emperor, she still looked up to that person. Yi Fan sighed. He didn't know what happened to great Emperor Wu Shi in the end. To make such a powerful person say that he was powerless to care about anything else. One could imagine how difficult it was back then. One had to understand that he had entered his later years, yet he still sat here for 2,000 years. What kind of legend was this? He forcefully endured for 2,000 years. That opponent was clearly proficient in transformation and undying type methods, long defying the heavens. This was extremely unfavorable for Wu Shi in his later years. Reality also proved that that person survived. He was reborn in that meatball, not dying. Time was like a blade, cutting down too much. It left one feeling helpless. Yi Fan truly hoped that Wu Shi could survive as well. Only now that the primal chaos bell was fighting in his place, it was easy for others to develop a bad premonition. Don't touch those two. Back then, they were evenly matched, both of them using the most powerful laws and order. The imprints they left behind are in a type of equilibrium state. Once it is broken, this place will definitely collapse. All things will be wiped out. Yi Fan said. In the end, he stared at that immortal bell. Even though it was only forged from divine chains of order, and wasn't the true body, it still contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Apart from him and Shan Huang, the others could only watch from afar. They had no way of approaching it at all. Even Yi Fan was cautious. He opened his mouth and spat out the all-life energy cauldron. It quickly enlarged, and then it slowly collected those imprints of order and laws. A cauldron like this. Everyone was shocked, sighing inwardly. Yi Fan was heaven-defying after all, actually condensing all life source energy into a cauldron. This was the dream of many since ancient times, yet they couldn't achieve it. It is the best medium. Perhaps it can bear these laws and order. This was carved by an Emperor Path expert. Its divine might boundless. Shan Huang nodded. This type of divine bell constructed from symbols and divine chains. The profound mysteries of the Tao patterns might even surpass Emperor weapons. It was because these were the patterns inside the supreme treasure immortal bell that even venerable emperors wanted to obtain. Forget about bystanders, even Emperor Path experts would want to carve this type of thing. As long as they could understand it, there would be endless benefits. It's been restricted. Yi Fan was shocked. This outline symbol contained the power of the only secret technique he had learned from the Wu Shi scripture. That supreme law was named Wu Shi. This great bell was originally going to explode, clearly aiming to suppress and kill Wu Shi. However, it was beaten back to its original point and stopped here. Shan Huang also felt it, and her scalp went numb. This was a great killing weapon that could explode at any time. If one was not careful, a galaxy would be completely destroyed. This should be equivalent to the power of an Emperor weapon's explosion. Back then, it was a killing technique that was used to deal with great Emperor Wu Shi. Yi Fan nodded and said, "Seems like that person was also forced to a certain extent. Otherwise, how could he destroy the immortal bell symbol that he painstakingly carved? It's just that the person confronting him was too powerful, and he couldn't break free." This was a heaven-defying killing weapon that could destroy all life and star rivers. This was the first time Yi Fan was so nervous and serious. If one mistake was made, not only them, even the solar system and the vast star fields around it would be annihilated. Fortunately, that unparalleled secret technique, Wu Shi, transcended the scope of mortal power, and sealed these immortal Tao symbols back to their original point. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't explode. The myriad Qi cauldron successfully absorbed it, and the patterns sunk into the cauldron's walls. Yi Fan absorbed it into his body. He understood that Wu Shi's secret technique, but if he wanted to cultivate it to this level and freeze these symbols, he still had a long way to go. He needed the cultivation of Emperor Tao. This was his greatest harvest this time. He had taken away a great killing weapon. As for its power, no one could say for sure, but it probably wouldn't disappoint. They arrived in front of that grand hall again. The meatball and Wu Shi bell faced each other. Neither could advance nor retreat, and they were stuck in the void gate. Is there any way to beat this meatball into another realm? Now, it seems that Wu Shi bell wants to drag it in to have an advantageous battle. I should think of a way to help. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Don't be reckless. The 13 great demons were shocked. This was an existence that could fight against great Emperor Wu Shi. They had confronted each other on the path of immortality for many years. If they went up, they would definitely be sending themselves to death. It is in nirvana and is in its weakest state. This is the best chance. Yi Fan's palm flashed, and the myriad Qi cauldron appeared. He really wanted to smash it, but he was worried that Wu Shi's secret technique hadn't been unlocked yet. If he couldn't trigger the killing intent, he he would instead wake up the meatball in nirvana. If that happened, he would only die in vain. Is there any way? Yi Fan held the Chaos Green Lotus in his other hand and couldn't help but ask. He waved it lightly. He really wanted to try using this weapon to send the meatball into the other realm. Suddenly, the Chaos Green Lotus swayed, and specks of light sprinkled down. They formed mysterious symbols in the void, and indecipherable words were imprinted on it. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time the Green Lotus had such a strange phenomenon. What was going on? Were the items related to the great emperor of ancient times all alive? First he saw the Wuxia bell, and now he saw the Chaos Green Lotus. Such terrifying changes happened in a day. Those symbols were dark green and glistening. They were filled with primal chaos chi, and they were dazzling. Then they flowed into the outside world and disappeared into the starry sky. On an ancient planet, there was a vast ocean. There were green lotuses everywhere, connecting the sky and earth. The entire ocean was green, and in the center, there was a special chaos green lotus that towered into the clouds. There was a scarlet red heart in the middle of the lotus, and on one of the leaves of the chaos green lotus, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. At this moment, she opened her eyes in shock. She saw many flickering symbols imprinted in the void. The chaos green lotus in the sea suddenly swayed, and then rumbled. Its roots were pulled out from the sea, and then it directly tore open the void and disappeared. This was the original body of the Green Emperor. After he transformed into a human, he refined it into an emperor weapon. In the Red Demon burial ground, in front of a grand palace, the void broke open, and a huge green lotus appeared. Yi Fan was instantly shocked. It came so suddenly. Chapter 1700. Corpses piled up like a sea in the burial ground. The majestic palace stood alone, exuding a dignified aura. A meatball was in a deadlock with the Wuxia bell, about to be pulled into another realm. The sudden appearance of the primal chaos green lotus exceeded everyone's expectations. Strings of symbols flickered like immortal ribbons, sparkling and translucent. After descending, the strange aura in this place faded. Apart from Yi Fan and the mountain phoenix, everyone else retreated. They couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground while trembling with fear. Even the mountain phoenix couldn't bear it. In the end, her entire body trembled as she retreated step by step. The primal chaos divine lotus released an extreme pressure and revived on its own. The lotus in Yi Fan's hand reacted and released a brilliant rain of light. It broke free from his hand and flew out, becoming one with the giant green lotus. It became an imprint, engraving itself on the mother plant. It was glistening green. Everything happened too suddenly. No one could react in time. Without the protection of the green lotus, Yi Fan immediately felt a suffocating pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. It was as if a great emperor was standing there overlooking him. With a wong sound, the myriad energy cauldron in his body flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. The inside of the cauldron was boundless and surging with primal chaos. Then tens of thousands of waterfall-like streams of source energy flowed out. The pressure immediately disappeared. Yi Fan's forehead shone as he activated his magical power. The cauldron above his head enlarged and formed a domain, pulling the mountain phoenix and the other great demons inside to protect them. What is that? The others didn't understand. They had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years, and didn't know much about the outside world. Azure Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan said. What? It's him? I know. They weren't that far from 10,000 years ago. Some of their masters had even gone to pay respects to the demonic emperor during his final years. This naturally shocked them. The true demonic emperor was so powerful back then. He broke the curse that no one could achieve the Tao after the primordial era. He ruled over the 9 heavens and rewrote a legend, shaking the past, present, and future. We pay our respects to Azure Emperor. Many of these people were great fiends. They admired the Azure Arch from the bottom of their hearts. They knelt in the air and bowed seriously. When they calmed down, they were also shocked at the mysteriousness of Yi Fan's cauldron. To be able to cut off the pressure of an ancient great emperor's weapon, it was just too terrifying, exceeding normal reasoning. Yi Fan understood. The reason it could be like this was because the cauldron itself was extraordinary. And the second was because the immortal bell's natural law symbols were carved and drawn out. Right now they were inside the cauldron, so its power was naturally boundless. The huge chaotic green lotus shrunk to the height of a human before disappearing into the hall in a flash. It swept toward the meatball and unleashed boundless azure light. Seeing this, Yifan was shocked. He led everyone to retreat at top speed, far away from the battlefield, to a place where the magnificent palace could not reach. Obviously, this was not enough. In the next moment, Yifan tore open the vacuum and crossed over. He broke through this world and arrived in the vast starry domain, leaving the mausoleum of worlds. Mars looked like a planet, but it actually sealed a realm. At this moment, boundless fluctuations erupted from within. Yifan stood in the sky and looked down. He revealed a worried expression as he glanced at the blue star not far away. At this moment, he raised his hand and plucked a star from the starry sky to refine it in place of Mars. Then he rolled up his sleeves and put away Mars, Mountain Phoenix, Heavenly Worm, and the others were scared out of their wits. This star was currently a great graveyard that devoured all deities. Bringing it along like this was simply courting death. There was an Emperor Dao expert inside. Yifan did not say anything. With the myriad chi cauldron on his head, he crossed hundreds of galaxies and rushed to the edge of the universe. Starlight flowed in reverse. He succeeded. Although terrifying fluctuations spread out during this process, Mars did not disintegrate until he threw the star into a dead domain. This period of time was not very long, but Mountain Phoenix and the others were drenched in sweat as if they were drenched in rain. Every one of them was exhausted. Death was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the torment of living. At this moment, it was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. They could be pierced at any time, and the pain was bone-piercing. A glaring beam of light rushed out from within Mars. The realm wall was penetrated, and a green lotus could be seen sweeping across the meatball, driving it towards another realm. Then, the divine sound of a great bell shook the eternal star river. The drawn-out vibrating sound resounded through the starry sky. At this moment, some peerless experts were shocked. They seemed to have sensed something. The Wuxia bell awakened. The mouth of the bell shone and primal chaos surged. It was about to take the meatball inside and bring it along with it. At the same time, the meatball also revived. Brilliant light burst out from within. 5 colors illuminated the universe, and 10 streaks of light traversed the starry sky. It was too terrifying. This was an incomparably terrifying aura. Yifan and the others retreated again. With the myriad chi cauldron as defense, they watched nervously from the starry sky. This was truly a battle rarely seen throughout the ages. That green lotus isn't as simple as an emperor weapon. No wonder it didn't break during the darkness chaos back then. When Little Lotus fused with it just now, there was actually an additional liveliness. It was as if Azure Emperor had been reborn. Yifan's eyes erupted with light as he stared in astonishment. Some things exceeded common sense. Azure Emperor's passing 10,000 years ago was already somewhat strange. Now it seemed even more suspicious. Azure Emperor's original body rushed into the heavens. It was brilliant and dazzling. With a spread of the green leaf, it opened up the sky and broke the boundless heavens. There was nothing that could resist it. Characters jumped out one after another. Those were little cheilants and little vermilion birds. These characters were extremely strange. They were all the forms of divine beasts. Every single character contained a type of matchless and tyrannical power. These were the demon race's symbols, Azure Emperor's great Tao. At this moment, they turned into Tao laws and rushed out to suppress that meatball. Chang. Like heavenly blades being unsheathed, 5 streaks of immortal light flew out from that meatball. Every single one of them released Kung Chang sounds. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 5 plume feathers. They were bewitching and beautiful, brilliant and dazzling. They possessed incomparable power. They obliterated the large expanse of symbols produced by the primal chaos green lotus. Its might was world-shocking. Even though Yifan had experienced the darkness chaos and personally participated in the battle, he still felt a wave of fear. That meatball had only displayed a portion of its power, yet it was already able to stop an emperor weapon. However, that primal chaos green lotus was truly not ordinary. It was different from other emperor weapons. With a violent shake, it split the heavens and earth apart. It swept over heavily, breaking through the plume feathers and striking the meatball. What is that? As a quasi-emperor, even Shan Huang cried out in alarm. Vaguely, a universe appeared above the green lotus. A lotus seed was evolving within it, opening up a true universe that could resist any powerful creature in this universe. Is that Azure Emperor's origin? It really is a lotus seed from before the world was created. Too heaven-defying. The group of great demons were all shaken. The Azure Emperor weapon displayed its might. It was more like a great emperor and not a weapon. It swept over the meatball, causing it to tremble violently. A lotus in the eternal clear sky. A lotus seed from the primal chaos before the world was created. Could the legend be true? Shan Huang's complexion was incomparably pale as he muttered to himself. Yi Fan's heart stirred when he saw him like this. According to what the other demons said, Shan Huang was originally an ordinary old rooster. In the end, he mistakenly entered an immortal's cave residence and ultimately obtained the Tao. He became a generation's quasi-emperor. He was extremely extraordinary, and might know of some secrets not known to others. Did you think of something? Yes. Shan Huang nodded and said, Back then, I indeed entered a cave residence. It was suspected to be a remnant from the mythological era. My greatest harvest, there was the remnant of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What was that thing? It could prolong the life of a great emperor. Moreover, it was in a situation where other divine marrows and ancient medicines had been consumed and were no longer effective. I read a few remnant scriptures there. One of the manuscripts recorded some discussions regarding divine medicines. According to it, every stalk of immortal medicine is a miracle and contains the world's greatest secret. What are you trying to say? Long Ke was rather impatient and asked quickly. The owner of the manuscripts commented on a few immortal medicines. At the same time, he also mentioned an immortal lotus. He had chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. Don't tell me you're saying that Green Emperor is that lotus, the undying phoenix medicine, true dragon medicine, and the others are all immortal medicines. Yi Fan quickly reacted and asked like this. Correct. According to what was written, there was an immortal medicine like the undying lotus in the mythological era. However, it underwent rebirth like the Qilin divine medicine, turning into a seed and disappearing. The owner of that cave chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. It was quite regretful. Green Emperor was a type of undying immortal medicine. This left everyone stupefied. If this was true, then this was news that shocked the universe, shattering a type of understanding in this world. The common sense that immortal medicines couldn't be cultivated was broken. How could he cultivate it? Everyone was in disbelief. Undying medicines couldn't cultivate a human body, unable to struggle free from the restrictions of order. This was a common understanding that hadn't changed since ancient times, yet it was overturned. There was a stalk that achieved the Tao. Yi Fan thought of many things. That lotus from the mythological era underwent rebirth, the lotus seed falling into the immortal pond and taking root in the green copper. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he ultimately succeeded in defying the heavens. However, once he struggled free, he also lost the ability to live forever. There were gains and losses. Hong. The green lotus clashed with the flesh ball. The two collided violently, and the green multicolored light clashed with the 5-colored plume feathers. Dang. Suddenly, the bell rang again. A phantom appeared above the Wuxia bell. A wave of desolate and domineering aura instantly swept through the desolate borders of the cosmos. A single person sat there with his back facing all life. There was an indescribable aura to him. Nothing could obstruct his aura. His figure was tall and imposing, and his hair was thick. There was also a type of loneliness in his silence. Is he Great Emperor Wuxia? The 13 great demons trembled, and even their voices were trembling. The green lotus also trembled. It propped up the Yinghua stars and gathered the essence energy of the 10 heavens and 8 desolates. It erupted with resplendent radiance and swept through the flesh ball. The 5-colored plume feathers cried out, and turned into immortal swords that hacked down. The nearby star domains were silently annihilated and rapidly collapsed. If not for Yi Fan's cauldron protection, everyone at his side apart from Shan Huang wouldn't have survived. They would have turned into a bloody mist. Dang. Another bell rang. The figure on the primal chaos bell became a little clearer. The great bell erupted for the first time, no longer remaining silent. The mouth of the bell expanded and swallowed the flesh ball inside. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist, mysterious and hazy. Boom. An indescribable aura surged, and the celestial realm seemed to have been torn apart. The huge bell dragged the meatball into another realm. From the beginning to the end, the majestic figure on the bell of no beginning did not turn around. He left with his back to all living beings. Chapter 1701. That's not Great Emperor Wu Shi, but the spirit of the bell. It's the deity contained within the bell. Yi Fan sighed. That bell was too powerful. Deities were only interwoven with laws. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to break free. It was very rare, but the spirit within the bell had taken human form because it was too powerful. It was exactly the same as Wu Shi. The long bell rang out, shaking down the joys and sorrows of this world. It dragged the meatball into another realm and would never return. It was about to fight a decisive battle. On the great bell, the figure with his back to all living beings seemed so desolate and domineering. Wu Shi ended up disappearing from the time-space. The green lotus swayed and shrank to a height of 5 feet. Then, it turned into a beam of green light and tore open the void with the sea of primal chaos. Yi Fan was speechless. The little lotus had escaped just like that, and was no longer under his control. This time, his losses were great. The only consolation was that he had obtained the immortal bell's Tao patterns and entered the cauldron wall. In short, Yi Fan was still happy. He had unexpectedly solved a great disaster of Mars. He vaguely guessed who that person was. One of the strongest experts since the beginning of time. Once he appeared, no one could stop him. Mars' blood and chaos were settled just like that. The dozen or so great demons felt that this was unreal. One had to know that all the experts of an era were buried here. Even some Emperor Tao experts had fallen, but they had been dealt with just like that. Perhaps, to be more precise, they were only witnesses. They had seen the supreme style and methods of the great emperor. The Mars star cracked but didn't collapse. That was because there were supreme formation patterns here that sealed a realm. Yi Fan took action, closing the crack on this star, sealing it up once more. Then he placed it into this desolate sea of stars, forever exiled. Now it was only a great grave with no other meaning. It would be best if it never appeared again. Starlight shone resplendently, far away from the deterrence of the Emperor Tao experts. The 13 great demons heaved a sigh of relief. They were completely relieved. That period of time just now was a kind of torment. In the past, every single one of them could reign supreme in a star field. But in this place, they were as insignificant as ants. I say, Brother Yi, when are you going to let us old bones retire and go home? After being suppressed for so many years, I really can't accompany you to conquer the world. The group began their return journey to the celestial court. Although these demons were grumbling, there was nothing they could do. Yi Fan could not let them go now, as he was afraid that they would be rebellious and cause trouble. Brother Yi, you're so young. You've only cultivated for 500 or 600 years, yet you've already reached the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor. Could it be that you're the son of great Emperor Wu Shi? Or perhaps you're the bloodline of Emperor Qing. Otherwise, how could you have met them? Along the way, the group of old monsters were bored to the extreme. The flames of gossip burned fiercely, and they wanted to ask everything. After being sealed for 2,000 years, they didn't understand the outside world at all. Yi Fan replied with a smile. He had subdued 13 great demons, and one of them was the quasi-emperor. To the celestial court, this was a great help. They were a group of peerless celestial generals. He quickly calmed down. He had once seen a corner of the future, and it was as if he had truly lived through tens of thousands of years. He had experienced great sorrow, great suffering, and great joy. Right now, as long as his family and friends were still alive, everything was filled with meaning. He had no other desires. If one was in a good mood, even the stars would shine. After learning that Little Purple and the other old friends of the celestial court were still alive, and that it was just a dream, Yi Fan's mind was at peace. And it was precisely because of this that this natural and peaceful state stabilized his fruit of the way. In particular, when he heard the sound of Wu Shi's bell and saw the runes of Emperor Qing, he had a deep understanding, completely solidifying his realm this time, and moving forward step by step. Hey, this is my hometown, the Celestial Insect Galaxy. Since we're passing by, we should go and take a look, the centipede said. Naturally, Yi Fan would not be unreasonable, and he hurried to the ancient planet with life in front. The centipede was very excited. After leaving for 2,000 years, there was nothing more worthy of celebration than to be able to return to his hometown. Roar! He let out a long roar, and the entire star region shook. Then he transformed into his true form, a huge celestial insect the size of a mountain, swooping over. From afar, he looked like a multi-legged dragon, fierce and domineering. Who dares to break into my ancestral celestial insect planet? Immediately, a divine consciousness rushed up. This was a powerful will, and a middle-aged man in a silver robe flew up into the sky. The centipede's body suddenly froze, and the expression of the man opposite him also froze, and then he asked with a trembling voice, "Father, is that you?" "It's me, I'm back." It was the scene of father and son reuniting. This was naturally a scene that made people sigh with emotion. Both father and son were extremely excited, and there were too many things they wanted to say, and it took a long time for them to calm down. Where did they go? Are they still alive? The centipede transformed into a human form, and asked as he landed, trying to keep his voice steady. During the chaos of the darkness, my brothers have all died. Our ancestral planet's population has fallen by 90%. The silver-robed middle-aged man said tearfully. This made everyone sigh, and no one went to disturb them. Yi Fan nodded, and the old celestial insect's eyes were filled with hot tears that rolled down. It could be seen that he was also a sentimental person. Yi Fan said, "You can stay, but don't let me know that you are wreaking havoc everywhere. Otherwise, I will catch you even if you run to the ends of the world and turn you into ashes." "Who are you? And what right do you have to speak to my father like that?" The silver-robed middle-aged man glared at him. The centipede waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude." Then he turned to Yi Fan and said, "I may be an old bag of bones, but I am not willing to live in seclusion. I am willing to go with you, but before that, I have to return to the ancestral planet to take a look." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. This was human nature. The other ancient demons cursed silently. They had lived for so many years, and their eyelashes were all empty, so they naturally knew what the centipede celestial insect was planning. Yi Fan was already Quasi-Emperor's 6th layer at such a young age, and he might even become a great emperor in the future. Now that they were following and helping him to conquer the world, he would naturally think of ways to extend their lifespans once he achieved Tao. Why would they miss out on such a young expert with boundless potential? Even if they were thinking of their descendants, they had to befriend him as much as they could. Even though they kept complaining and wanted to leave, they had long since made up their minds to stay. Soon, the centipede celestial insect returned, and the group continued on their journey. The silver-robed middle-aged man sent them off from afar, saying that he was willing to return to the celestial court in the future. With the first example, the others naturally wanted to go back and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. How could he not agree? Just like that, they traveled through star domain after star domain. During this time, some were happy, because they were reunited with their loved ones, but there were others who were dejected, even unable to hold back their cries of grief. It was because their descendants and even their ancestral stars had been destroyed, never to be seen again. We are finally about to return to my home. I am the supreme being here, so I will definitely treat you well. Among the 13 great demons, Inshi spoke. He flew forward while shouting, "Children, welcome the old ancestor. This sect master has returned." However, in this star's outer space, there were 3 people who turned around at the same time. They gave this direction a look, but they didn't pay him any attention. Younger generation, could it be that you all really forgot about me? There was once a silver snake supreme being who left for 2,000 years, and now he has returned. Hurry and receive him. Inchi put on airs. That was because not long ago, the other great demons were extremely awe-inspiring. As soon as they appeared, their disciples paid respects to them. The entire starfield was shaken. However, the scene Inchi was looking forward to didn't appear. The three of them ignored him. "Old Snake, do you want me to help you clean up your household?" Someone teased. Those were three youngsters. Two of them should be brother and sister because they were quite similar. They both had a head of long water blue hair, and a peaceful aura flowed around them. The other male's face was pale, and his appearance was rather handsome. There was a type of morbid beauty. At this time, the three of them all stared at Yi Fan, not looking at Inchi and the others. Even a small silver snake dares to behave atrociously. The voice of the blue-haired male on the other side was ice-cold. "Ayo, this old ancestor has left for 2,000 years. There's not even a single person who recognizes me. Even a random junior is mocking me." Inchi spoke in self-mockery. "Don't act rashly. You aren't his opponent." Yi Fan stopped him. "I'm not his opponent?" Inchi was dumbfounded. "He is Quasi-Emperor," Yi Fan said. "What?" The group of great demons were all shocked. "Brother Yi, long time no see." That blue-haired girl laughed. She was extremely charming and peerless. There was no hostility on her sparkling white face. The corners of her bright red lips curled up slightly, appearing a bit mischievous. "Not too bad, but your elder brother doesn't really welcome me," Yi Fan said. He didn't expect to see the Fire Qilin siblings here. Moreover, the one facing them was Undying Mountains in Pooh. They seemed to be. Shan Huang was also a quasi-emperor, so she could naturally sense that the person in front of her was extraordinary. "That's right, 3 quasi-emperors." Yi Fan nodded. The dozen or so great demons were immediately shocked. When did the quasi-emperor become so worthless? He encountered 3 of them at once. In the past, it was already impressive for figures like Gautama Buddha and Shan Huang to fight. It would cause a huge earthquake in the universe, but now, he encountered several of them at once. Furthermore, they were all so young. They are the children of the ancient sovereign that were sealed in this era. Yi Fan explained. The great demons were dumbfounded. They felt that they were out of touch with the times. After being suppressed for 2,000 years, too many things had happened in the outside world. Even the descendants of the ancient sovereign had seen so much with their own eyes. "It's true that I don't welcome you. You've disturbed my duel. Why don't you take over?" Fire Qilin said. "Sure, no problem." Yi Fan chuckled. Hualin'er's eyelids twitched. He wanted to stop his elder brother because he couldn't tell how strong Yi Fan was. He had clearly broken through again, but he knew his elder brother's stubbornness. He would definitely fight a strong opponent if he encountered one. "Brother Yi, please show mercy," said Hualin. The other party was known as the ancient sovereign's assassin. His infamy had spread far and wide over the years. To all those with the ancient sovereign's bloodline, he was definitely the greatest enemy in the world. "No problem." Yi Fan nodded. Fire Qilin pricked up his brows when he heard that. He immediately attacked. The quasi-emperor's might tore through the 9 firmaments as his divine might surged. However, what awaited him was a huge sleeve. Yi Fan had casually struck out with the universe in the sleeve, suppressing him in a straightforward and swift manner. Everyone here was petrified. Just how great of a disparity was this? Even though they were both quasi-emperor, there was at least a difference of several heavens. They weren't even on the same order of magnitude. Hualiner sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that Yi Fan had completely left his peers behind. From today onwards, there would be no one who could match him in this generation. This indicated that an unmatched holy physique would rule over this era. Fire Qilin roared loudly. He couldn't struggle free no matter what. He didn't think that after not seeing each other for 20 years, Yi Fan would actually leave him behind by several cultivation realms. This was unimaginable. "I hope there will be a day when I can fight against you at the same cultivation realm." Fire Qilin had no choice but to accept this. In front of reality, he could only lower his head. Right now he truly couldn't compare to Yi Fan. Has this day finally arrived? On the other side, when Impu saw Yi Fan turn around to face him, he was extremely calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation on his face. 20 years ago, he was defeated in the celestial court. After many years, the gap between the two had widened even further. Make your move, Yi Fan said. And Pu didn't say anything else. A great halberd appeared in his hands. His entire body burned, his weak and sickly appearance completely swept away. He immediately used all of his strength, fighting with everything he had. However, in front of absolute strength, it was useless no matter how much you burned your life force. Yi Fan only used a single palm to smash Pu's weapon apart inch by inch. His entire body was covered in blood as he was crushed downwards. At this moment, Yi Fan's aura completely erupted. Quasi-Emperor 6th Heavenly Layer. This made Pu sigh inwardly. How could he surpass this? He flung away the broken great halberd in his hands. Yi Fan didn't feel much joy, because he knew that there were even more terrifying enemies waiting ahead. If he didn't work hard, everyone in the celestial court would die. He didn't immediately deal the killing blow, instead using a wave of his hand to remove a portion of Pu's cultivation, leaving him with a path of survival. After all, regardless of whether it was the first time they met, or later on at his and Jizu's wedding, this person always had a certain level of elegance, even more so stopping Shiming's destruction, leaving him with a good impression. A defeat is a defeat. The two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. Undying Mountain and Ji family can't be resolved either. I can only fight to the end. Pu looked extremely weak, his face pale, but his nature was extremely unyielding. After understanding Yi Fan's thoughts, he wasn't willing to yield. Even the headless horseman died in his place, so he wasn't willing to have his cultivation crippled. In order to protect himself, rather than becoming a cripple, it was better to die. Kill. Pu roared out, his head of hair standing on end. He defied the heavens and rushed at Yi Fan. His life force erupted, all of the emperor blood in his body igniting, activating a divine forbidden domain. Yi Fan was shocked. This was another person who activated a divine forbidden domain in front of him after Yin Tianda. Pu's aura immediately erupted, his entire body swirling with endless great Tao laws. However, it still wasn't enough. After Yi Fan gave it a try, the divine forbidden domain was immediately applied to his body. Even though his impression of this person was still alright, he was destined to become an enemy in this life. He had no choice. For the sake of respecting Pu, he wasn't willing to do anything that would humiliate the other party. Hong. A large golden hand descended. Within the sky full of divine light, a life blossomed. Within this unmatched domain of the divine forbidden domain, it displayed its most powerful offensive power. However, it couldn't escape the fate of defeat. That figure split into pieces, blood dyeing this expanse of space red. Pu died. Yi Fan released a light sigh. There was no such thing as right or wrong. Their paths of life were different, so they were destined to only be enemies, unable to live together in this world. Are the two of you willing to come to my celestial court as guests? Yi Fan turned around to ask the Fire Qilin siblings. I am willing. Hua Lin was the first to reply in order to prevent his older brother from overreacting. Yi Fan returned, bringing with him 3 quasi-emperor and 12 extreme great sage, immediately triggering a commotion in the celestial court. A group of people came to welcome him. Father. In the Pure Land, Little Purple staggered as it ran over with its little hands open. Little Violet. Yi Fan was very excited and hugged her. Little Violet giggled and called out. She kissed him on the cheek, leaving behind a lot of saliva. Everyone laughed, but Yi Fan almost shed tears. That dream was too real. It was a corner of the future. He clearly remembered how helpless little Violet was. She was so young, yet she had walked on a path of no return. To be able to see her at this time and hug her in his arms, he felt that she was so precious that he didn't want to let go. Father, I will definitely protect you. No one can hurt little Violet, Yi Fan said softly. Then he put down the child and gave Pangbo and the others a bear hug. These brothers who had gone through life and death with him were still here. They were all still alive. This kind of feeling was really good. Big brother, there's still me. Little Nan Nan smiled happily. Yi Fan's nose turned sour again. In the future, little Nan Nan faced several supreme beings alone. No one could help her. The bitter battle almost destroyed the universe. In the end, all the people in the restricted area, and she no longer existed. In the future, Big Brother will definitely protect everyone. I won't let you fight a bloody battle alone. Yi Fan held her up and swore in his heart while suppressing his own emotions. But even so, there were tears in his eyes because he was happy and moved. That dream was too real and terrifying. He felt as if he had been separated from these people for 10,000 years. Now that he met them again, he was exceptionally grateful and moved. Chapter 1702. Father, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Little Purple has always been obedient. Little Purple said in a childish voice and climbed onto his body. Many people noticed Yi Fan's expression and couldn't help but be surprised. This was something that had never happened before. During the most difficult and bitter years, Yi Fan only bled and sweated. It was impossible for him to shed tears. What was going on? Yi Fan didn't want to tell everyone about the terrifying future. It was too cruel. He only needed to stop it. He didn't want to reveal it and make everyone worried. I feel like I've been separated from you for 10,000 years. There were tears in Yi Fan's eyes. He was smiling, but his heart wasn't calm. What he would experience in the future would surpass the past. That would be the most difficult and bitter period of time. Master. A young man flew over. His clothes fluttered and danced like an immortal. He was still very young, but his face was full of excitement. His eyes were bright and full of tears, just like Yi Fan. Komatsu. Yi Fan called out. Naturally, he recognized him at first glance. Although his appearance had changed greatly, his aura hadn't. Moreover, he had long heard about Komatsu's retreat to the underworld and the description of him by outsiders. Komatsu's eyes were red. He bowed and paid his respects. Yi Fan pulled him up. Master and disciple had been separated for hundreds of years. Too many things had happened during this period. Time was like a song or a knife. Many things had changed, but what hadn't changed was the true feelings of the past. After a long time, they finally calmed down. Komatsu was still as simple as before. Yi Fan was deeply surprised. When he found out that it was related to his cultivation and path, he felt relieved. He was also amazed by his innate talent. That year, that simple purple Komatsu mouse hid his mother's skeleton in the underground cave. He was very careful in front of Yi Fan as if he was trying to please him. Then he laughed heartlessly, making people feel pity and pain at the same time. As time went by, Komatsu had become a quasi-emperor. Recently, I've been in closed-door meditation, and I've gained some insights. I'd like to discuss them with all of you. Yi Fan called out to Komatsu, Yi Tong, and Yang Shi. He then turned to Peng Bo, Li Tian, and the others. His recent enlightenment had been fruitful. He wanted to do everything possible to improve the strength of the others, so he shared his experiences and insights for them to refer to. Shan Huang and the others were naturally envious as well. A level 6 quasi-emperor would definitely have an astonishing level of comprehension. If they could listen to his explanations and impart his Tao without holding anything back, it would be equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation. You guys come too. Yi Fan also invited them when he saw their fiery eyes. Of course, the siblings Huaqilin and Hualin could not be selected for the time being. After all, they were only guests of the celestial court, and could not be considered as one of their own. On a divine island, Yi Fan didn't hold anything back, and explained the great Tao in great detail. Everyone's path was different, but there were always things that were similar. This place was filled with the sound of scriptures, and the rumbling of the laws of Tao could be heard. Auspicious light shone in all directions, and celestial qi permeated the air. This place had completely become a divine land. Everyone listened quietly and comprehended silently. Only Little Purple, although cute and lively, was as mischievous as a little monkey as it crawled around, touching this place and that place. It was extremely mischievous. In the end, many people left, and they all went to find their own caves to comprehend. Yi Fan imparted the 4 secret word to Yi Tong, Komatsu, Peng Bo, Li Tian, Yang Shi, Dongfang Yi, and the others. If news of this spread outside the celestial court, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. If his enemies obtained this secret word, their strength could possibly skyrocket. Thus he was very cautious, and only imparted it to a few people. Woof! After the large black dog practiced the riddle on his hind legs and sprinted like a human, from this day onwards, his massive head began to glow. He was like a ghost, and he began to mumble in a strange manner. When he was practicing the 4-secret word, he felt as if he had gained intelligence. He could hear the voice of the future, and he could see images of the future. However, the images were very blurry, and he couldn't grasp them. He was in a daze all day long. I can hear the call of the great emperor. He has been battling against the immortals for tens of thousands of years. Even the 2 silver-blood emperors took a detour around this bewitched large black dog. They didn't dare to approach him, fearing that he would latch onto them and not let them go. Yi Fan sat on a cliff, and mist rose from his body. He was comprehending the laws of the celestial bell on the wall of the cauldron. This was an astonishing Taoan technique, and it could give people endless enlightenment. During these days he would discuss this with Yi Tong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, and the others. They were all studying this type of Tao pattern, and all of them had different gains and comprehensions. Now, the celestial court definitely didn't lack scriptures. Yi Fan had collected a few scrolls in the past, as well as the ones he had obtained from the princes of the divine court. In addition to the ones that Komatsu had brought from Earth, they could build a scripture pavilion here. Every scroll had its own wondrous ability, and it was worth it for an ordinary person to use their entire life to comprehend it. With so many scrolls put together, it was naturally astonishing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan became more and more quiet. Every day, he would gaze into the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes would become more and more profound. She came out of seclusion, and she headed into the universe to train. She wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Komatsu accompanied her in secret to protect her. At the same time, he also wanted to examine the gains she had made during this half a year. Yi Tong also left for the battlefield of the celestial being. The ancient prince appeared there, and he wanted to find the sacred prince because he hadn't heard from him in a long time. As for Pangbo, he formed a team with the Black Emperor, and also entered the universe to travel. Obviously, they were about to break through the final stage to reach the quasi-emperor realm without any suppression. Longma roamed the major star fields, and now, Shan Huang would patrol from time to time. The foundation of the celestial court was becoming more and more stable, and it seemed to be flourishing. Everyone knew that as Yi Fan's disciples and brothers broke through, there wouldn't be many powers in this world that could stop them. A colossus that the entire world would pay attention to was rising. Let's find a place to break through. Li Tian and Yan Ishi also embarked on their journey to the Ziwei star field and other places to find their own path. I'm going back to Big Dipper. Although I have no fate with the quasi-emperor in this life, I should still comprehend my own path and review it once, Li Heishui said. I'm going to seek guidance from the old ancestor. Dongfeng Yi revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, and also went on his way. The Silver Blood Emperors and many of the top figures of the Celestial Court left one after another. They had sensed something on the day Yi Fan returned, and they were all cultivating with all their might. Yi Fan asked Shan Huang to go out and support whichever side had a problem. With people at the level of the Quasi-Emperor watching over them, he felt that these people shouldn't be in danger. The Celestial Court was no longer bustling. Even Huolin, and Huiqizi were bored and left. Similarly, they were asked by Yi Fan for help when necessary. The two sides couldn't be considered to be an official alliance. Yi Fan sat cross-legged and gazed at the starry sky. If the supreme battle broke out in advance, where could he arrange for everyone to go and what methods could he use to resolve the crisis? Until one day, Komatsu returned and told him that Yangshi had successfully broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Only then did Yi Fan get up and leave once again. With Komatsu and Gushi now overseeing things, he was still quite at ease. With the addition of little Nan Nan, even if an ancient unrivaled character came to invade, they could still defend. In the future, the ones to destroy the Celestial Court is the Underworld and the Phoenix Nest. I'll go take a look and find out the truth. Yi Fan went on his way, crossing the endless starry sky and entering the area where the Underworld was. There was not a single ancient star with life here. Gloomy mist lingered and the atmosphere was lifeless. When he approached a piece of underworld earth, it became even more gloomy and bitter. There was an indescribable astral wind blowing in the cosmos, and even the stars would split apart. It couldn't stop here. This was an inconceivable ghost land that surpassed common sense. Yi Fan found this place according to the corner of the future he saw and felt very shaken. There was a huge piece of underworld earth that was far more vast than the stars. It was shrouded in mist, and had always been hidden in a heavenly immortal treasure. It had only recently emerged. Yi Fan looked at it from afar. His body merged with the void. He was sure that there was an ancient supreme being sleeping inside. It was similar to the 7 great life-restricted areas of the Big Dipper. He had an indescribable feeling. The Emperor of the Underworld will awaken in a few years, right? Yi Fan frowned. He had to stop this person from waking up. The Celestial Court needed time to develop, but what could he do? A wave of clear air rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head. He transformed into himself and walked towards the underworld. At his level, the only things he feared were imperial formations, as well as the slumbering ancient supreme beings. He couldn't touch those domains. The Tao body didn't go deep and only circled around the underworld, observing silently. Was Miaoyi inside? He really wanted to go in, but he restrained this urge. In the end, the time was up and the clear air dissipated. Yi Fan's main body sighed. He sat cross-legged and chanted the scripture in his heart. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated, but his body became more and more quiet and faint as if it was about to disappear from the world. He was purifying his spirit and sending it into the void. This was the ultimate profound meaning he comprehended from the expiation scripture. He felt the power and terror of the numinous treasure celestial being. This kind of secret technique was contained in the ordinary. Ordinary people couldn't discover and comprehend the scripture. Only when they felt it and their state of mind was the same as the numinous treasure celestial being in the past would they be able to sense it. He had once suspected whether the numinous treasure celestial being had also experienced this kind of helplessness and experience. Specks of light separated from Yi Fan's primordial spirit, and then it entered the void, thus disappearing. His body became ice-cold, not moving at all. He was purifying his own spirit, engraving it into underworld earth. There was no fighting strength or natural laws, only a bit of perception to search for in Miaoyi. Based on his understanding, the sleeping supreme being wouldn't be able to sense it. The formation patterns wouldn't be triggered and he could silently pass through. Only the consumption of this method was too great. What was being burned was the power of his own soul. Underworld earth was vast. Yi Fan's spirit drifted about like a specter. No one could see it. He merged with the void and quickly consumed his soul. After who knew how much time had passed, he felt extremely tired. Even his spirit was about to be exhausted and his body was about to be in danger. Suddenly he sensed something. There was a type of will force that interweaved in front of him. There was an expanse of corpses that were like a sea, yet no one dealt with them. They were waiting to be turned into soldiers. A heavy aura of death covered heaven and earth. Yi Fan passed through and searched for that familiar figure. Yi Fan, is that you? Specks of light flew over and condensed together. Yi Fan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He actually found Miaoyi. He met her again, reunited in the underworld. It's me. How are you? We will meet again in the next life. The rain of light circled around him. This was a strand of will that didn't scatter because of the stubbornness in his heart. After saying these words, it seemed to have been freed, becoming many times dimmer. Next life. Yi Fan was a bit absent-minded. How could there be so much helplessness in this life? Could it be that there was no way to change things? You don't need to believe in the next life. You only need to respect your own Tao. 10,000 years later, there will be someone like me who will meet you again. The rain of light became more and more faint. In the next life, there will be if you believe in it, and there won't be if you don't believe in it. The years are endless, and there will be 2 identical flowers in this world. After hundreds and thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Yi Fan said softly. His heart was sour and bitter. He still remembered the scene when he discussed the Tao with the old monk and talked about reincarnation. He never thought that he would really have to face it. Seeing you, I no longer have any stubbornness. Thousands of years later, when we meet again in the mortal world, I hope you can still remember me. Wake me up and don't leave. And Meowie's voice was completely desolate. The rain of light dissipated and disappeared. Yi Fan's original body trembled. Then he opened his eyes and gazed at the distant underworld. His gaze seemed to have traversed thousands of years, gazing at another great world of the mortal world. 10,000 years later he would have already passed away in meditation. Would they still be able to meet again? Yi Fan gently wiped away the tears on his face. He stood up and walked into the distance. Just now, in the instant that Meowie disappeared, she passed on an extremely important secret regarding the underworld to him. It was something that would affect the future. Chapter 1703. Across many star fields, the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows was glowing. The one character revolved to repair his wounded spirit. His blood energy surged and his 5 secret realms rumbled together. In the end he finally recovered. Even a quasi-emperor had to pay such a price. It was clear how terrifying the secret technique of the spiritual treasure celestial being was. A speck of light rippled in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness. And Meowie's words reverberated as she recounted a terrifying matter. The phoenix nest and the underworld had always been in secret contact. They had once negotiated in the depths of the Sea of Corpses. At that time, a big shot of the underworld accompanied that divine general to search for the corpse. They wanted to see if the 8 divine generals were there. There they talked about some important things. The underworld emperor shouldn't have awakened. He wanted to continue his slumber, but the undying heaven empress invited him to come out and deal with the enemy. According to what Meowie said, the underworld emperor and the bloodline of the undying heaven emperor had come into contact many years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such contact. The heaven empress is willing to provide a bottle of immortal blood to invite the underworld emperor to come into being. These were the original words of the divine general. He was actually willing to provide such a bottle of blood to make up for the loss of the underworld emperor's appearance. It was said that it could completely make up for the loss. Of course, the underworld emperor was high above and overlooked the common people. He had always been in a deep sleep and couldn't talk to that divine general. Everything was handled by a big shot of the underworld. According to their conversation, that bottle of so-called immortal blood was the blood essence of the undying heaven emperor. It had been refined for many years and was sealed. Its value was immeasurable. It wasn't strange for the undying heaven empress to have such phoenix blood. What did the undying heaven empress want to do? She shouldn't have mobilized such a large force just to destroy the celestial court. There should be another goal. Yi Fan looked at the scene in his sea of consciousness. And Meowie had truthfully recorded the scene of that day. That divine general made a hand gesture. It was the movement of a flying immortal, soaring into the sky. What the underworld fears the most is the spirit treasure celestial being. They have been looking for his formation map, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to get it. Maybe it can restrain the emperor of the underworld. This news had a great impact on Yi Fan. Ever since he comprehended the divine incantation from the ordinary expiation scripture that had been circulated in the mortal world, he knew that the legend of the numinous treasure celestial being suppressing the zombies was absolutely true. Currently, he had mastered the complete version of the scripture of expiation, which was located in the human-shaped ghost-faced lamp. Recently, he had been reciting it frequently and comprehending more. I want all the heavenly soldiers and generals to understand the book of expiation. When the time comes, hundreds of people will recite it together. It will be even better if we can find the formation chart and the 4 swords. All the living creatures full of young energy will urge the underworld emperor together. Yi Fan wanted to find that formation diagram, but he didn't know if the 4 swords were destroyed in the dark chaos back then. If they no longer existed, he could only use other weapons to replace them. But right now the most important thing was to prevent the phoenix nest from reaching a deal with the underworld. He couldn't let that bottle of immortal phoenix blood enter the underworld. If he intercepted it, the underworld emperor wouldn't dare to come into being. If the underworld emperor didn't come out and gave the celestial court time to develop, he could calmly wait for his realm to increase and not be as anxious as he was now. A bottle of phoenix blood was related to a certain period of change in the future. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a murderous intent. This was the first time he was filled with such hostility. He wanted to stop all of this and kill his way out, leading to a different future. What is the true purpose of the undying Heaven Empress asking the Underworld Emperor for help? Is it to fight for little Nan Nan's Dao fruit? Or does she already know of the existence of that meatball and wants to pave a path? Yi Fan had a suspicion in his heart. That meatball might be the undying Heaven Emperor. Apart from him, who else could make great Emperor Wuxia powerless to deal with? Many things were strung together. Lightning flashed through Yi Fan's heart. During the dark chaos, the people in the life-forbidden zone had all mentioned the undying Heaven Emperor. Come to think of it, if this Heaven Emperor was still alive, he wasn't alone. In the past, he most likely had dealings with other emperors and had companions. Yi Fan returned to the celestial court and secretly gathered everyone. He sent people to find Li Heishui and Duanda. He wanted to borrow the heaven-devouring jar, but he didn't have time. He had to act quickly. All of this was based on the fact that he had ascended to the quasi-emperor's sixth heaven and could activate the godly restriction from time to time. He could fight against the peerless powerhouses of the present era. The various divisions of the celestial court began to move in secret to find Duanda. They hoped that the heaven-devouring devil jar could be reformed as soon as possible, so that they could fight against the Phoenix Nest Heaven Empress. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the divisions were scattered. The result of this battle was hard to predict. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Fan had to make all the necessary preparations. At this time, Yang Shi came back covered in blood. The moment she saw him, she said, "Master, someone bullied me." Yi Fan was shocked. When he saw that the blood wasn't his, he relaxed and asked what happened. "In recent years, the Phoenix Nest and the Underworld have been targeting us. I was angry, so I meddled in their business and got into a conflict with them. And then, I accidentally killed them." Yi Fan sighed and said, "Is this what you mean by being bullied?" "Yes, they are going to use the godly generals, so I can't train outside. Those godly generals are gradually recovering their magic power. When I see them, I have to run. Isn't that bullying?" Yang Shi felt wronged. "For now, be more obedient." Yi Fan didn't say much, but he didn't restrict the disciples from fighting with the Phoenix Nest. They just had to pay attention to their own safety. This was because he was going to make a move himself, and he would definitely be swift and fierce. "All of you have to be careful. Tell everyone." Yi Fan reminded them again, revealing some of his intentions. This made Yang Shi, who loved to fight, rub his hands together in excitement. Yi Fan left the celestial court and headed to the end of the starry sky ancient path to find the old woodcutter in the ruins of the celestial court. He wanted to work with him. In the sea of golden lightning, a white jade path was laid out. Some important people from the Holy Ji Palace came down to greet him. One of them was very familiar to Yi Fan. It was Lin Jia, the disciple of the old woodcutter. Over the years, although they had met, they hadn't really talked in detail. They were both busy with training. As for another familiar person, Zhou Yi, he had been training in various regions in recent years and had gained a great reputation. He was like an imperial star rising, but he wasn't here at the moment. "How have you been all these years?" Yi Fan asked. He was very emotional when he said these words. Who would have thought that they would walk such a path? "It's not as good as the other side of the starry sky." Lin Jia smiled. Her pale face was filled with nostalgia and sorrow. It was very complicated. Stepping on the path of cultivation was not her original intention. "One day, I might let go of everything and go back to the city to be an ordinary mortal," she added seriously. "Let go?" Yi Fan was greatly touched. But now that he had come this far, could he still let go? He had already walked on a path that he could only move forward. There was no turning back. "Hey, little brother, did you grow up eating the meat of the Supreme Emperor? How did you suddenly break through to sixth heaven after not seeing each other for only 20 years? Aren't you going to scare me?" The old man with yellow teeth came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Where's your shy granddaughter?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm warning you, that's my grandson, not my granddaughter. Don't you dare have any ideas." The old man with yellow teeth looked at him as if he was a thief. "I think she has a good aptitude and is fated to be with one of my disciples. Why don't you marry her into my celestial court?" Yi Fan said with a smile. "Little traitor, You want my grandson to kidnap me and I'll work for you? No way. The old man bared his teeth and glared at him. He did not have the demeanor of a master at all. Where's Big Beard? I plan to give him 2 disciples. One is called Li Tian, and the other is Yan Ishi. Both of them were chosen by him in the past. Yifan looked left and right. Lin Jia laughed and said, "Don't be like that. Isn't it too obvious that you're trying to poach people from the Dao Palace?" We're lacking people. We're seriously short on manpower." Yifan sighed and said no more. He entered the central heavenly palace, accompanied by everyone else. 20 years had passed, and the Dao Palace was now full of masters. Countless people had come to join them. The attraction of this place was too great. There were all kinds of runes in the heavenly palace for people to comprehend. They were all relics from the ancient heaven. The wood-chopping old man sat cross-legged on the broken platform. His face was ruddy and he looked well, but Yifan knew that the old man's injuries had not yet healed. Yifan handed over a jade box. Inside was a king medicine that gave off a sweet fragrance. This kind of thing could directly prolong one's life for hundreds of years. It was priceless, and any master would be tempted. This was what Komatsu had dug up in the land of immortality in Kunlun, when he had not yet taken human form. He carried a small medicine basket on his back and dug it up. Today he brought a few of them to the celestial court. Yifan gave one to the wood-chopping old man, hoping that his injuries would be healed as soon as possible. He was very direct. After the others left, he stated his intentions. He wanted to join forces with the Dao Palace to attack the Phoenix's nest and draw the battle. Whether it was the wood-chopping Taoist, the wretched old man, or Lin Jia, they were all shocked. This was definitely a big deal. After so many years of confrontation, they knew very well how terrifying their opponents were. Now the 2 divine generals have recovered a very powerful magical power. They are much more terrifying than before. The yellow-toothed old man said with a serious expression. "I don't fight a battle without preparation. This time, you, me, and God's organization will move together. The celestial court can use 2 flawless emperor weapons. This time, I will break the Phoenix's nest," Yifan said with a murderous look. "Let me investigate one thing," the wood-chopping old man said. He spat out the truth. Not only could the 2 divine generals in the Phoenix's nest continue to recover their great magical power, but they could also have found an extraordinary peerless god to return to. He had to find out. "All right, I will wait for your news," Yifan said. A few days later, Yifan received good news. Duanda had come, and the complete heaven-devouring devil jar had been gathered. Duanda was very dissatisfied and said, "Brat, I think this jar has become the celestial court's. Whenever there is a battle, I have to run, so I will lend you the jar. If we attack the Phoenix's nest, you will have many benefits. From now on you won't have to rob tombs anymore." Yifan laughed. "Bullsh *T, I've suffered a great loss this time. Do you know what I've missed out on? A heaven blade and a stone egg. I was just about to block them, but in the end, I was scared away by that little brat Hua Hua." Duanda was furious. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The heaven-devouring devil jar became one. Suddenly, a special aura filled the air and floated above Yifan's head. He instantly activated the divine restriction, and at this moment, he felt that he could fight against a supreme being. At this realm, he could use this terrifying devil jar to display its greatest power and swallow the heaven and earth. Yifan did not delay and crossed the star field towards God's organization. He did not know much about this inheritance, so he needed to be on guard. If the alliance was successful, it would be difficult for the Phoenix's nest not to be destroyed. Chapter 1704. Starlight flickered. To Yifan, this was a giant star that wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was overflowing with vitality, steel buildings in great numbers, and all kinds of flying ships streaking across the sky like auroras. He returned to the eternal star domain, and once again came to this different place. He didn't know where God's organization was, so he could only start here. Back then, he had encountered them here first. The eternal star domain had the legend of immortal armor, the 9 revolutions immortal pill recipe, and an extremely flourishing technological civilization. They had walked a different path. Back then, Yi Fan had obtained the evolution liquid recipe from this place. It was also because of this that the overall strength of the people of the Celestial Court had increased by leaps and bounds. Skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and science and martial arts were everywhere. As long as there were enemies invading, tens of thousands of runes would shoot out and kill them all. The buildings in the Steel City were like a jungle. Of course, there was no lack of true vegetation. They were all mutants with luxuriant branches and leaves, making this place full of vitality. The green trees were tens of thousands of zhang tall, like giant umbrellas that open the sky. Many divine grasses took root in the void, releasing essence energy to purify this world. Divine vines shot into the heavens like dancing dragons. What? That person came again? When Yi Fan gathered the 10 strongest races, this star was immediately shaken, triggering heaven overflowing waves. The person from the past had returned, so how could they not be shocked? One had to know that back then, Yi Fan had fought his way in and then fought his way out. He wasn't here as a guest, so they didn't have any good times. It was precisely because of Yi Fan and the Southern Fiend that the Eternal Star Domain's expedition had suffered disastrous losses. The expeditionary army was almost completely wiped out. On this star, all the great powers feared Yi Fan's name to the extreme. They had long heard of his achievements during these years, and had always been worried. Now he had truly returned. There used to be a proud and lonely person who could compete with the Green Emperor, but I offended him. Now a saint body has appeared. This is truly a disaster. The Eternal Star Domain's starry sky was shaken. The 10 great races were all scared. Was Yi Fan here for revenge? If there was no suspense at all, then this was a quasi-emperor. Who could contend against him? Floating Life Palace was a palace floating in the sky. It was famous in the Eternal Star Domain, and was said to be an artifact left behind by an ancient emperor. After the passage of time, its Tao patterns had been damaged, but it hadn't turned to dust. It was still a divine land floating in the Eternal Star Domain. Famous people from various sects would often gather here to drink and chat. At this moment, the atmosphere in the majestic palace was a bit oppressive. This was because a man had arrived with his hands behind his back, causing all the noise to quiet down. Everyone, please continue. I have with of the 10 great races. With, no matter how easygoing a quasi-emperor was, no matter how bright his smile was, it still made everyone feel frightened. There was an invisible pressure that made them feel suffocated. Yi Fan invited the 10 great king clans here, so these people couldn't advance or retreat. They didn't know that they would be caught up in this type of thing. They really wanted to leave, but they were scared of offending the divine body. Not long after, the people from the 10 great king clans arrived, all of them incomparably nervous. There were even 2 great sage among them. They no longer remained in isolation, waking up from their slumber to have an audience with the first-generation quasi-emperor. It had already been many years since Everlasting City had such a stifling atmosphere. The great powers were all trembling with fear. If they settled things here, who could resist? Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Greetings, Senior Yi. Some people paid their respects. Even though their hair and beard were all white and they were much older than Yi Fan, they could only pay their respects with respect and did not dare to treat him as an equal. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he unexpectedly saw Fan Xian. She was just as stunning and bewitching as she was in the past, but right now there was a very unnatural expression on her face. Next to him was an old man, the patriarch of the Fan clan. He was a powerful sage, but right now his face was as pale as snow, and his heart was filled with grief. They weren't currently within the 10 great king clans, but they were forced here by other powerful clans. This was clearly going to use them as a scapegoat. If Yi Fan really wanted to settle things, he would definitely start with them. Everyone, please relax a bit. I didn't come to settle things with you all, Yi Fan said with a smile. His teeth were sparkling, and his hair fluttered about. He looked extremely brilliant. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This was but a quasi-emperor. He treated them so amiably, making them feel more and more uneasy, feeling great fear. Fan Xian was stupefied. When she saw that otherworldly style, as well as that proud figure, all types of emotions welled up in her heart. Back then, Her clan schemed against Yi Fan in every possible way, yet it was all for naught. It was to the extent where even she herself was careless in the end. She didn't obtain anything, but instead provoked such a heaven-warping and matchless opponent. When she thought back to the past, her heart felt empty and disappointed, as if she had lost something. All of this wasn't worth it. If she had a different attitude when facing the divine physique back then, it definitely wouldn't have been like this. It might have even become a legend. That was a generation's peerless quasi-emperor. Fan Xian's heart was sour and bitter, disappointment written all over her face. As for the Fan clan's old ancestor, he was even more regretful to the point where he wanted to roar out. Back then, he had made one wrong move after another. If he hadn't been too utilitarian and only wanted to use the divine physique, how could things have ended up like this? Back then, if he had enough sincerity, the divine physique might have become the Fan clan's son-in-law. Looking back, the other party was already a generation's quasi-emperor, unrivaled in the starry skies. The Fan clan was undoubtedly disappointed, and also the most apprehensive. Back then, they had offended Yi Fan the most fiercely. Now the entire everlasting star domain was crawling at his feet. Some people were disappointed, while others were happy. Another group of people arrived outside the palace hall. At the very front was an elegant and otherworldly fairy. She was exceptionally intelligent, as if she was the reincarnation of a Luotian. She stepped on a colorful cloud as she arrived. It was Qi Meng. Her clan was also not among the 10 most powerful royal clans, but they had been invited by the other clans in the hope that they could improve their relationship with Yi Fan. Back then, the Qi clan and Yi Fan had an unusual relationship. Everyone hoped that they would come forward to mediate. "Greetings, Brother Yi." The people of the Qi clan were all smiles as they came forward to greet him. Yi Fan naturally responded enthusiastically. Back then, the old saint of the Qi clan had blocked the attack of the Fan clan for him. "Everyone, please sit. I didn't come back today to settle accounts. I just wanted to ask you about something," said Yi Fan. Those who were not involved had already tactfully retreated. The 10 royal clans were at the front, so they wouldn't offend the divine physique if they retreated now. Staying here for even a second longer was a form of torture. Yi Fan asked the gods' organization. Although he had heard of their general location, it was impossible for him to find their center in such a short time. The 10 royal clans glanced at each other. They didn't expect him to come for the god. They heaved a sigh of relief. Many people's backs were already drenched in sweat. There were indeed important people from the gods' organization in this place. They could occasionally see their traces, but the other clans didn't want to provoke them. Rumor had it that these people were looking for a priceless recipe left behind by Di Zun. It might have been lost in the everlasting star field. Hearing this, Yi Fan was interested and asked what kind of prescription it was. Di Zun delayed his peak for 2,000 years in order to obtain the longevity celestial being. Apart from his heaven-defying methods, he also had an ancient recipe for immortality. Yi Fan was speechless. It seemed like the gods' organization was interested in the things left behind by Di Zun. When they left, many people from the 10 royal clans almost collapsed. The pressure of facing the high and mighty quasi-emperor was too great. Before parting, a dozen drops of blood fell from Yi Fan's finger and fell into a jade jar. He gave it to the Qi clan, which made them very happy and grateful. "Will Brother Yi come back?" Qi Meng blinked her watery eyes and asked. "We will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved his hand and said in a carefree manner. He took a step forward and disappeared from this place. The Brahmin clan was full of regret after the tension disappeared. They couldn't let go of the fact that they couldn't walk the same path as the saint physique. Fan Xian stared blankly at the heavens, all types of emotions welling up in her heart. It was hard to describe what she was feeling right now. She knew that this might be the last time they would see Yi Fan. He wouldn't come back, they were already people from 2 different worlds. He couldn't even be bothered to settle old grudges. Don't worry. In the future, his name will be known throughout the universe. Many people will talk about him. Perhaps one day he will come back to take a look. The old sage of the Qi clan mocked the Sanskrit saint. For a moment, there was no sound. "I need to talk to your master god, the quasi-emperor." Yi Fan was very direct. After finding traces of the members of God's organization, He went straight to the point. You are the Saint Physique Yi Fan. That person knew him because back in the Eternal Star region, they had wanted to recruit Yi Fan to become one of them. That's me, Yi Fan said straightforwardly. Please wait for a moment. The other party didn't waste any time. He immediately used his divine altar to cross the starry sky to invite important people. Now everyone had to pay attention to Yi Fan. Even giants like God's organization, the Tao Palace, and the Phoenix Nest had to consider how terrifying the Saint Physique would be when he matured. The white-haired quasi-emperor, the former god, had come. With a sword that shone coldly in the universe, a cauldron that shattered the path of immortality, and celestial being was injured. This was a terrifying quasi-emperor. He had entered this realm many years ago, and was one of the leading figures in the world. God's organization attached great importance to Yi Fan. The void split open, and the white-haired sword god and Yi Fan crossed the universe and came to a small planet with beautiful mountains and rivers. One of the celestial mountains was suspended in midair, and white mist filled the air. There were palaces and pavilions here, small bridges and flowing water. It looked tranquil and tranquil. Yi Fan had the confidence to come here. He was on Quasi-Emperor's sixth heaven, and he could trigger the godly restriction. Also, he had the sky-devouring devil jar with him, so he could go anywhere in the world. This place wasn't an important place for God's organization. It was just a secret meeting place. No one knew where the headquarters of God's organization was, and they couldn't find it. Young man, even if you didn't come to us, we would still visit the celestial court. On the mountain peak, an old man sat cross-legged under an old pine tree. He invited Yi Fan to sit on a futon. This old man had white hair and a youthful face. He was very old, and his eyes were full of wisdom as if he could see through everything in the world. He was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. This organization was indeed extraordinary. This person could really be called a god descending to the mortal world. He must be someone who could compete with the wood-chopping old man and the undying Heaven Empress. He was about to achieve immortality, and there was hope for him to take that last half-step. God, you live up to your reputation. I wonder why Senior wants to visit the celestial court? I'm looking for someone, the old man said. Oh, who is it that even God wants to meet? Yi Fan was surprised. For so many years, we have traveled across the universe and visited the endless stars. We even went to Dizun's hometown, which is your birthplace, Earth. We have been looking for someone, and we finally found a clue. It turns out that the person is in the celestial court that was established in this era. Is this the will of heaven? He is still living in the celestial court. Even though the two celestial courts are separated by thousands of years, this is enough to indicate some things, the old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard that. Chapter 1705. Yi Fan touched his chin. The old man's words had a profound meaning. The person he was looking for was related to the ancient heaven and the venerable emperor. He pointed out things that happened thousands of years ago, which made him think of many things in an instant. Young man, do you believe in reincarnation and reincarnation? Asked the old man. Although his hair was white, his skin was as rosy as a baby's. He looked like an old immortal. I don't believe it. Yi Fan shook his head. He only respected this life and firmly believed that invincibility was the root of everything. This was the foundation of his great path. Once it was shaken, his world would collapse one day. The old man nodded and stood on the edge of the cliff. His white hair danced in the wind and he had a sharp aura. He said. The venerable emperor said the same thing. Yi Fan was stunned. He knew too little about the venerable emperor. It was rare for someone to be willing to talk, so he naturally listened attentively. He wanted to know everything about the celestial emperor. He never looked back on the road he walked, standing on the boundless mountain. Even if he looked through the fog and saw the future, he would never rely on it, because he believed that the road was full of variables. He only believed that in this life, as long as he was invincible, he could control everything and change everything. No one could stop him. The old man's words made Yi Fan's heart feel unsettled. It was like a vast ocean, raging waves hitting the sky. Wasn't this what he had always believed? The two were really similar. If they were born in the same era, they could be considered close friends. But it is possible that there are two similar flowers in the world. You have to believe it. The old man sighed and stared at Yi Fan. This made Yi Fan stunned. Why did the old man seem to want to talk about him? If there were two similar flowers, could it be that he had some kind of connection with the venerable emperor? This was really shocking. His heart moved, but he quickly calmed down. He would not believe such an argument. He was only himself and could not have any past, nor could he be someone else. Don't misunderstand. Although you said similar things to the venerable emperor, you are very different in other aspects, explained the old god with a smile. What happened in the past? Why did the celestial court collapse one day? How could a powerful venerable sovereign die so suddenly? How could he not be able to pass on the legacy of the celestial court? There were many things that Yi Fan did not understand. If he met someone from God's organization, he would naturally ask them in detail. After all, there were rumors that they were descendants of ancient heaven. There are various complicated reasons. First of all, the longevity celestial being used a similar flower to disturb Dizun's heart. Then a change occurred. The old man with the air of a transcendent being was filled with endless emotions. He shook his head helplessly at that period of time. Please enlighten me, senior. Yi Fan was very interested in the venerable emperor, and everything about the ancient heaven. He was full of curiosity. It was a great secret from ancient times. Even if the longevity celestial being is very powerful and had a peak monarch horoscope back then, he wouldn't be able to change anything by himself. What the venerable sovereign does consumes too much energy. As the old man spoke tirelessly, a period of ancient history surfaced. Yi Fan was shocked and yearned for that period of time. The venerable emperor was too powerful. He had a big plan. He forged the immortal cauldron. He didn't want to become an immortal alone. He wanted to lead the celestial court he created to ascend to the immortal realm. Yi Fan was speechless. The ancient heaven was too powerful. Did a sect want to ascend to the immortal realm? At that time, it was not certain that the immortal realm existed. After all, the 9 great celestial being had not succeeded. The immortal ascension cauldron pierced through the barrier of the immortal realm. At that time, something from the other world seemed to have come to stop and resist the venerable emperor. The longevity celestial being interfered with the venerable emperor at that time. He once guessed that the venerable emperor would abandon them in the end, and even settle the score with them mercilessly. At the most crucial moment, the immortal heavenly emperor also came. His swift and fierce attack was too fatal. At this point, the old god's eyes were as sharp as swords. Beams of light flew out and shattered the starry sky. He was sad and angry. Yi Fan was stunned. The immortal heavenly emperor was born at that time. He was in the same era as the venerable emperor. It was too shocking. In the past, although there were similar legends, they had never been confirmed. Most people said that the two were separated by 10,000 years. At that time, the immortal heavenly emperor had not yet achieved the Tao. He was still a young man. The venerable emperor once gave him the highest praise. He said that he had endless potential, and that the celestial court could be handed over to him in the future. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. This was just too inconceivable. It really was a heaven-shocking great secret. There were actually so many things that happened in the past that weren't known to later generations. Originally, the immortal heavenly emperor was a man who was about to achieve the Tao. He was still quite young and couldn't hurt an emperor realm master. However, the Kunlun clan had a plan. They gave the celestial bell stained with Kunlun's blood to him for temporary use. At the crucial moment, he launched the most terrible attack. At this point, the old god let out a long sigh. He was lonely and full of regret. The celestial court had failed at the last moment. Is that how the venerable emperor died? Yi Fan asked. No, who is the venerable emperor? Even if the longevity celestial being and the immortal heavenly emperor with the celestial bell took action, they couldn't let him die. Since ancient times, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he could never meet an opponent. It was because he was called the venerable emperor. The old god's voice was sonorous and very excited. Someone else took action? Yi Fan was surprised. Yes, the venerable emperor didn't just extend his emperor's life for 2,000 years for the longevity celestial being. There were other people, other supreme masters. This news was undoubtedly explosive and made people tremble. In that era, several emperors coexisted. It turned out to be true. The venerable emperor's means were really heaven-defying and admirable. In addition, there were existences from the forbidden zone of life that came out and sublimated. They worked together to stop the venerable emperor, who was in a dilemma and trapped in the passage of the celestial realm. At this point, the white-haired old god was already very calm. He was very calm as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, Yi Fan was extremely shocked. What kind of ancient history was this? It was too magnificent. That was the real Immortal Ascension War. Several emperors attacked together, and it was a great war. Why did they attack the venerable emperor? Didn't they want to become immortals? Yi Fan was puzzled. It's their wishful thinking that once venerable sovereign succeeds, he'll kill all of them and destroy this universe. He'll take back the lifespan granted to them and only bring some of his direct descendants to become immortals, the old man said expressionlessly. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. Everything seemed so strange and unreal. He had guessed many things in the past, but only today did he find out part of the truth. Could that battle prove the existence of the celestial realm? It can't be a void realm formed from interweaving laws, right? Yi Fan asked. It can't. After all, the venerable emperor couldn't enter. The old man shook his head. It was impossible to become immortal after suffering the attacks of several emperors. Even though they encountered such a situation, the venerable emperor still didn't die. He retreated and charged into the forbidden zone, killing 2 of them and causing the starry sky to collapse. There were forbidden zones back then too. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered. There were, but the forbidden zones back then weren't in Big Dipper. Those things were even more ancient than the current owners of the forbidden zones. The old man said, how many people had become immortals since ancient times? Did immortals exist? Even the venerable emperor failed. How many heroes sighed towards the heavens? From ancient times until now, not a single person succeeded. Immortals were very far away. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered. Perhaps one day, after he stepped onto the emperor's path, that would become the goal he strived for and worked hard towards. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. This was an extreme challenge. If one succeeded, they would feel an incomparable sense of accomplishment. When the venerable emperor retreated from the path of immortality, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he still killed 2 people. In the end, he chose to leave, returning to his birthplace and burying himself. The undying heavenly emperor sealed his own immortal source for 10,000 years. Then he came out and successfully achieved the Tao. As expected, it was as the venerable emperor had praised in the past. He dominated the final years of the legends, dominating the past, present, and future, starting a period of glory that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Some people say that the undying heavenly emperor was actually a creature from the celestial realm. Is that true? There is no proof because no one entered the celestial realm. The old man replied. Yi Fan sighed with regret. In the battle back then, the emperors schemed against each other. Even the venerable emperor sadly fell. It was clear that the truth was more complicated than what he imagined. However, all of this was meaningless. It was all in the past. What is Underworld Emperor like? Yi Fan asked. There would definitely be a battle with the Underworld in the future, so he naturally paid close attention. Underworld Emperor. This person is extremely terrifying, deep and immeasurable. This was the elder's evaluation. Moreover, his expression was serious as he explained a few things. Underworld Emperor was just a title people used now. In the distant past, he had previously been called Underworld Sovereign. The Underworld was a mysterious organization. The one who established it was precisely Underworld Sovereign, or in other words, Underworld Emperor. He had an extremely great background, rumored to have achieved the Tao from an ancient corpse, becoming an emperor of a generation. Before this, that corpse of his was already an unmatched individual who achieved the Tao, his origins shocking. He was the first person to become an emperor from a corpse after death. In reality, even now this type of Tao had affected many people. The source of the corpse disaster was precisely in the underworld, providing the supreme beings with a type of long life method. This was a type of direction. The underworld was extremely strange, wishing to recreate reincarnation, expounding on a unique long life path. This naturally attracted a few ancient supreme beings. When the underworld emperor was asleep, in different eras, there were other people who entered, controlling the underworld and researching this type of method. The underworld had changed many masters, the most famous ones being the masters of several supreme beings, shaking up the world for a period of time. Long Life Celestial Being was one of them. Underworld Emperor's origins are so shocking. Even in the legendary era, there was a predecessor, achieving the Tao in two worlds. It really is terrifying. This was the first time Yi Fan felt such restraining fear towards Underworld Emperor, believing that the level of danger should have increased by a large amount. Of course, the so-called reincarnation and two worlds of body, only the flesh remained unchanged. The primordial spirit had long withered away, and then once again blossomed with divine consciousness flames, already belonging to another creature. This was the direction of the underworld's research on long life, believing that everything else was illusory. Only the flesh was immortal, protecting the true self from being destroyed. One day, all of the reincarnation imprints would link up, merging together, and sooner or later, the true self would reappear. At that time, they would be immortals, the past, present, and future merging into one, and thus achieving long life. That was a legendary era that couldn't be traced back or replicated. The things in that era's restricted area were terrifyingly ancient, different from now. The old man also sighed. During the legendary era, the underworld was a life-restricted area. And in the end, it evolved into this, becoming an organization and a terrifying inheritance. Chapter 1706. A blood crow was circling above the moon. Its huge figure covered the sky and covered the earth. It was thousands of miles long and almost covered the entire small planet, casting a huge shadow on it. In another galaxy, a llama was running wildly, causing the starry sky to tremble violently. It was cultivating a tyrannical mysterious technique, gathering the essence of the nine heavens, and devouring the divine splendor of the galaxy. Even further away, a large black dog was muttering to itself. Its head was flickering with light, making it look like a small sun. It was walking back and forth in the sky like a human. At times, it would call out Great Emperor Wushi, and at other times, it would cry loudly. It seemed to be in a deranged state. Meanwhile, there was also a lightning phoenix in seclusion on the sun. It was shining with dazzling divine halos, and it was shining with 10 different colors. As for the floating divine islands, there were even more strange phenomena. At the center of the island, there was a Bodhi tree swaying with all kinds of radiance. A group of young people was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the great Tao. As for the opposite cliff, there was a small purple qilin hibernating, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Specks of light dripped down. That was the qilin divine medicine. Next to the immortal plant, there was a young man who looked like a divine king. Talismans appeared around his body as he breathed in and out quietly. There was also a little girl who wasn't even 2 years old. Her steps were unsteady, and she couldn't climb up or down. She was cute and mischievous. When the elder from God's organization saw this corner of the celestial court, he couldn't help but sigh. How astonishing was this! There were so many talented people gathered here, and 2 divine medicines had taken root here. The celestial court's future was bright and resplendent. He knew that the celestial court definitely wasn't just limited to these people, and he had only seen a corner of it. At the very least, he had heard of Yitong Yangshi, the human devil, and the sacred prince. This elder wasn't the only one who had come with Yi Fan. The white-haired sword god was also here. As they walked, these 2 supreme experts couldn't help but be moved. Many curious gazes were cast over from the heavenly court, especially from the unreliable large black dog. He suddenly raised his head, and suddenly let out a loud cry. His large head shone, and he said, "Hey old man, you died so tragically. You fell to the undying heavenly saber." Anyone would frown upon seeing such a bewitched dog. Wasn't this intentionally cursing people? Ignore it. Recently this dog has gone crazy, Yi Fan said. No matter what, it was still a guest. How could he curse the death of someone who had just arrived in his territory? Nonsense, this emperor is very good. The large black dog widened his eyes and said in a forlorn tone, Brat, I can also see you in the future. You'll have white hair, and you'll be a hero past his prime. You'll be sitting alone in the dilapidated universe, and all the stars will be shattered. You'll be in complete silence, and there will be nothing else. After saying these words, it raised its head and fell down, no longer breathing. Its entire body was ice cold, and its head no longer shone, returning to normal. Yi Fan frowned. He first apologized to the old man from God's organization, then walked over and pointed his finger at the Black Emperor, who was in a state of cultivation deviation, to wake up. Don't worry, I don't have any reservations. This old man's body is already half buried in the earth, and I'll meet the sovereign at any time. So why would I fear death? Moreover, I have a premonition that I'll battle against the bloodline of the immortal heavenly emperor sooner or later. It's only a matter of time. The old man didn't mind. The Black Emperor's eyes were blank, and it didn't know what had happened. It didn't know anything, and its head was throbbing with pain, so it denied its prophecy. When it tried to cultivate the prequel secret, its head was throbbing with pain, and it couldn't circulate it. It could only give up. The future is unpredictable, and you'll naturally be punished for forcefully defying the heavens, the old man said in a meaningful voice. He continued to walk in with Yi Fan in tow. That child. The old man from God's organization saw the returning Komatsu, and a bashful smile appeared on his face. He was young and immature, and his face was extremely beautiful. The two people from God's organization stared at him for a long time, and they didn't say anything. This is my disciple. What about him? Yi Fan asked. He's very extraordinary. The white-haired sword god replied calmly. Is he someone with the immortal blood of Kunlun? The old man squinted his eyes, and didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything else even though Yi Fan asked. Komatsu was ethereal, and his eyes were sparkling. However, he was a little confused at this moment, and he left in confusion. How about handing this little girl over to me as my disciple? The old man smiled and pointed at little Violet on the cliff. Sure, but she can only be taught in the celestial court, and you can't take her away, Yi Fan said. He had a special feeling for this daughter, and his heart was still palpitating when he saw the tens of thousands of years in the future. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to this little girl, and they would never be separated. The old man smiled. They wanted to kidnap him and bring him to the celestial court to sell his life. He could only shake his head and didn't say anything else. Master, are you looking for a melon child? I brought him here. Huahua held a giant immortal source upside down, and the divine child inside was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, cursing continuously. The white-haired sword god didn't feel anything, but the old man's expression was a bit stiff. He squatted down and without blinking he looked at the divine child with divine light shooting out from his eyes. It was clear that his emotions weren't calm, and he almost forgot himself as he took the immortal source into his hands. His breathing gradually became hurried as he looked at the divine child. Anyone could see that his emotions were stirred up, and the fluctuations of his emotions became more and more intense. Even his lips were trembling, and in the end he raised the immortal source with a type of respect. However, the divine child didn't appreciate it at all, and he destroyed the atmosphere. He squinted his eyes and said, Old man, who are you to dare disturb this young master's peace? This was originally a fair and clean little fatty, and he was only 2 or 3 years old. He was at the age of simplicity and innocence, but his words were filled with the aura of a gangster, and the old man's fingers immediately trembled. Hey, old man, be careful. If you break this, young master, you won't be able to pay for it. My life is more precious than everyone in the celestial court added together. Pa. When Huahua heard this, she directly gave him a slap and said, If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll go up the roof and tear the tiles. I haven't taught you a lesson these days, and your skin has become loose again, right? Baldy, don't go too far. This older brother isn't scared. If you have the guts, wait 20 years for me to beat you until your head is full of bumps. The little fatty was full of a bandit's aura, and the old man was a bit dumbstruck. He held him up just like that, and they stared at each other. Old man, you old pervert, if you dare to look at this older brother's little bird again, I'll pee on your face, the divine child said. He was lifted into the air by the old man, and their positions were indeed facing each other. He was extremely dissatisfied, and he let out a threatening sound. The old man's face twitched. This was different from what he had imagined. This chubby little guy wasn't pure at all. Why did he seem like a little ruffian? Huahua didn't care about these things, and directly gave him a beating. This made the little fatty cry out strangely, and he was extremely angry. Don't hit him. The old man hurriedly stopped him, and he had Yifan find a quiet place. He wanted to have a deep conversation. In the end, he chose a secret room, and he laid down layers of symbols to prevent information from leaking out. The old man's expression was extremely serious, and he said seriously, "Can you hand this child over to us?" No. Before Yifan could express his opinion, the divine child himself didn't want to do it. He shouted loudly, "Who are you perverted old man? This little grandpa isn't going with you. Huahua, drag him out. Let him talk to the little girl," said Yifan. "I'm not going." The divine child cried out in fear. He tossed and turned in the immortal source, and he wouldn't leave even if he was beaten to death. How could his personality be like this? The old man looked at the divine child, and he frowned. Could this still be connected to that person who overlooked the 9 heavens 10 earths, and stood proudly above all of history? "Are you sure he's the one you're looking for?" asked Yifan. "I'm sure. In the past, Dizun left behind a divine statue. We've deduced it, and we've restored his appearance throughout his life. From birth to old age, we can all recognize his appearance," said the white-haired sword god. "This silly boy is Dizun a similar flower?" Huahua's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't believe everything. The little fatty blinked his eyes in confusion, and he said, "What Dizun? It's none of my business." The old man and the white-haired sword god were speechless. They couldn't say anything, and they didn't know what to say. "He's Dizun? What a joke. Is Dizun a fatty?" Huahua laughed heartlessly, and she didn't believe it at all. Such disrespectful words made the eyebrows of the two people from the god's organization twitch. The little fatty finally understood his value, and he was no longer confused. He put on airs and shouted, "I'm Dizun. You too throw this damn baldy out, and smack his butt into 18 pieces." The old man and the white-haired sword god looked at each other, and they really suspected that they had found the wrong person. Dizun was so dignified, and he didn't like to smile. How could such a person come from that line? Hee. Huahua laughed strangely, and he beat up the divine child as fast as lightning. He said, "So Dizun is like this. Damn fatty, let me beat you up first, and I'll be proud when I mention you in the future. Dizun, that fatty, was beaten up by me before. Wayaya, I'm going to kill you. Don't force me to break my celestial source. Once I come out to cultivate, I'll suppress all of you," the little fatty threatened. This pair of clowns made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When Yifan asked Huahua to take the little fatty out, the old man told them the truth. The divine child wasn't the same flower as Dizun, but he was most likely Dizun's son, the only descendant. Back then, it was said that there was a young master in the celestial court, but no one saw him. He didn't appear even after Dizun passed away. For this rumor, the divine child searched through the ages, visited many ruins, and connected countless pieces of history. In this era, it was finally confirmed that the bloodline had fallen into the hands of Yifan. Yifan touched his chin. He looked into the little fatty's consciousness, and it was a vast expanse of emptiness. There were only fragments related to Earth, and there were cries of all living beings and grand sacrificial sounds. It was as if they were burying an ancient emperor. If this was true, how shocking would it be? The son of Dizun. The power of his bloodline was heaven-defying. If it's Dizun's bloodline, why isn't there his celestial scripture in the consciousness, and why isn't there any entrustment from him? Yifan said. Perhaps Dizun believed that his child would surpass him one day, and there was no need to leave the celestial scripture for him, the old man said. He thought about the records in the ancient books, and he was even more convinced that Dizun was such a person. Yifan pondered, feeling that something wasn't right. He reserved his opinion about the little fatty's true origins. Master, it's bad. At this moment, Hua rushed in. Her face was full of anxiety, and she said, Brother Yi Tong has been heavily injured by someone. Yi Fan stood up and walked out in large strides. From afar he saw Yi Tong sitting under the Bodhi tree. His entire body was covered in blood, and the space between his eyebrows was dim. Blood energy was rising, and he was using a secret technique to heal himself. There was a black gas in his body that didn't disperse, and it was difficult to expel it from his body. It corroded his primordial spirit and flesh, and it was difficult to remove in a short period of time. Yi Fan walked forward, and a beam of celestial light entered Yi Tong's body. He used supreme magic power to suppress the black gas, and after a moment, it was restrained. The Netherworld Demon God, the third divine general under the undying Heavenly Emperor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The old man revealed a serious expression. The phoenix nest was about to take action, and they wanted to secretly get rid of the great figures of the celestial court. Even the Netherworld Demon God had come into being to personally kill Yi Tong. It's time to have a showdown with the phoenix nest, Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 1707. Yi Tong's injuries were very serious. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the line formula to perfection and the unparalleled fighter formula, he might not have been able to return. With Yi Fan's help, the blood energy in his body surged and the demonic energy was expelled. His broken bones grew back and his shattered organs healed. His dim primordial spirit also began to shine. As the quasi-emperor, Yi Tong had fought with the ancient prince and suffered such heavy injuries. From this, one could see how dangerous that battle had been. He had almost died. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with flames. He couldn't forget the future he had seen. It was the undying Heaven Empress and the underworld who had attacked Yi Tong and Komatsu, who were protecting little Violet, into a bloody mist. Now this tragic situation had almost happened ahead of time. His killing intent was revealed. Being passive wasn't his character. Since he understood some things, he had to do everything he could to stop it. Master, the Anlin star has been destroyed by a single palm. Hua received the new situation and went forward to report. Her face was pale. Yi Fan's expression became even more gloomy and ugly. He didn't speak for a long time. That star was guarded by the celestial court and was destined to become cosmic dust. That was the star that Komatsu and Yangshi had gone to. They had cultivated there and gained experience. It was clear that that person wanted to target them and kill them all with a single palm. The only fortunate thing was that Komatsu had returned and hadn't encountered that person. Where's Yangshi? Yi Fan asked. The situation was already quite clear. Phoenix Nest was going to deal a fatal blow, setting the resolution to get rid of Yi Fan's 3 great disciples. It was because these 3 all became half-emperors, heaven-warping talents that made them worry. I don't know where he went. He went to cultivate alone and consolidate his Tao. Someone said. Anyone who went out would report their whereabouts so that they could contact and support them. However, Yangshi had recently become the quasi-emperor and needed to travel alone to comprehend her own Tao. She had temporarily lost contact with the celestial court. Junior brother said that he wanted to take a look at his hometown and reminisce about everything there. Perhaps the scenery will bring back memories and allow him to gain more insights. Komatsu arrived quietly. The blood crow on the moon flew down and received the news from the transportation gate. It told them that the human race's 50th pass had been smashed to pieces by Kuan Tian Divine General's fist. The stars in the vicinity had all collapsed. The 3 divine generals of the Phoenix Nest, the spectral demon god, the sun moon, and Kuan Tian, had all appeared. In order to kill Yi Fan's 3 disciples, they were serious. Hearing this news, the people under the Bodhi tree were silent. The 8 divine generals had followed the undying Heavenly Emperor, and were all extremely powerful. Even if they had not recovered their former mana, they were not people that a person who had just become the quasi-emperor could contend with. This is too much. Many people's eyes were red with envy. Yangshi was a forthright person. Whenever she went out to battle, she would always be at the forefront. She would often compete with others in drinking, and was deeply respected by the heavenly soldiers and generals. I'm going to take a look. Yi Fan said, his killing intent aroused. Calm down, kid. We will join forces with the palace and God's organization. Now we should focus on the big picture and strike at the critical moment. The Black Emperor stopped him. I'm very calm. If I don't respond, they will find it strange. I'll go kill them all and numb them, Yi Fan replied calmly. Who knows if they are luring the snake out of its hole and deliberately setting up an ambush to lure you into the trap. The Black Emperor said, and the others thought the same. I know what I'm doing. This time, I will definitely hurt them and make them gather their strength. This will save us the trouble of annihilating them one by one, Yi Fan said. The Celestial Court, the palace, and God's organization wanted to form an alliance because they wanted the various forces of the Phoenix Nest to gather together and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yi Fan's trip was to add fuel to the fire. About the matter of Shenhua, can we talk about it in detail after this battle? Yi Fan asked the old god. No problem. The old man agreed readily. Whether it was the underworld or the Phoenix Nest, they were both enemies of God's organization. Moreover, they had a relationship with Shenhua. The Black Emperor, Yitong Qiluo, and the others were in charge of negotiating with the palace and God's organization. There was going to be a big battle, and they could not be half-hearted. They had to make clear which taboo methods to use. What was reassuring was that when they opened the treasury and took out Yangxi's soul lamp, they found that it was still lit. He had not died. Even so, Yi Fan had to leave. The old god squinted his eyes and said, You can leave alone without worry? Aren't you afraid that we will forcefully take away Shenhua and harm the Celestial Court? Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. Big brother, be careful on the road. In the distance, a little girl ran over and walked with little Z. The two beautiful and delicate little girls were like porcelain dolls. The old god's hair stood on end, and he felt a bone-chilling cold. He had goosebumps all over. He felt like he was facing an ancient beast that could devour all living things in the world. He immediately shut his mouth and did not say anything. However, great waves surged in his heart. This was the Tao fruit of a great emperor. Seeing was believing. Just like that, how many tens of thousands of years had passed in the mortal world? How heaven-defying. God's organization had a long history. They had once been to the Big Dipper. Many tens of thousands of years ago, an old quasi-emperor had encountered little Nan Nan there. He had been scared out of his wits. This secret was recorded in a yellowed handwritten book of God's organization. She has not been destroyed. She is still living in the world of mortals. This is too shocking. He could not calm down. Old man, you are too stupid. Have you never seen Sister Nan Nan? What a country bumpkin. Not far away, Shenhua looked at the old god with disdain. He tried to please little Nan Nan, but he refused to go near her. He was afraid that his spirit would be lost. A great yin fog floated past and covered the entire sky. Yi Fan walked alone and used the secret technique of the celestial yin scripture to sweep through the star field ruled by the Phoenix Nest. Dozens of stars successively, many leaders of the Phoenix Nest lost their heads. He did not massacre them, but this method of only taking the heads of important people made people even more anxious. Yi Fan came. He first used the celestial yin scripture, and then the Sun Mother scripture. His whole body shone brightly and he attacked like lightning. He directly attacked the Phoenix Nest. News spread from time to time, and the calm universe was once again stirred up. Yi Fan killed 27 experts, and they were all the backbone of the Phoenix Nest. He moved forward and had no intention of stopping. His sword went straight to the Phoenix Nest in the depths of the universe. Clothes fluttered and blood flew. In a short day, Yi Fan had killed 54 experts of the Phoenix Nest. They were all characters overseeing a region. Some of them were servants of the Phoenix Nest, while others were experts of the present age who had defected to the Phoenix Nest and become a commander. In the end, they were ruthlessly killed by Yi Fan. Without a doubt, the news was explosive. All the great powers in the universe were stunned. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Was he going to start a war without any regard for the consequences? After this conflict, one of the two organizations had to be destroyed. There was no way to resolve this peacefully. Over the past 20 years, all sides had been very restrained. Although they were fighting in secret, there were no signs of large-scale conflict. Yi Fan's sudden and fierce purge as he advanced along a path of blood shocked the entire universe. Oh, I heard that Yi Fan's disciple Yangshi was killed. He's panicking and wants to avenge his disciple no matter what. The latest news is that the holy physique Yi Fan has been ambushed. The 3 divine generals of the Phoenix Nest have been stationed in different regions, and have been waiting for him for a very long time. They've begun a great battle. Yi Fan and Kuan Tian have encountered each other, and unleashed an earth-shaking attack. The former divine general of the 8 divisions coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and almost died. The news arrived one after another and shocked everyone. The last piece of news in particular left many people dumbfounded. It had only been 20 years, yet Yi Fan had already become so powerful? The Phoenix Nest has torn open the universe. The undying Empress has taken action. When the last piece of news arrived, this was no longer a small disturbance. Instead, it was a universal earthquake. A vast war was about to begin, and would engulf the entire world. The Empress and the other 2 divine generals hurried over, but they were all too late. They failed to stop Yi Fan. He had almost killed Divine General Kuan Tian, and swaggered off. What a powerful holy physique. Even the former divine generals of the 8 divisions of the undying Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything to him, and had almost been killed. Just how powerful is he? After that day, an extremely tense atmosphere pervaded the universe. Everyone knew that a great war was unavoidable. The undying Empress would definitely not let this matter rest. There's someone in the celestial court that even the Empress fears. Otherwise, she would have flattened them directly. People thought of the past emperor. He had mobilized a large force, only to return in defeat in the end. What does the Empress fear? When she fought with the celestial emperor, she's seen all kinds of heroes. Is there anyone who can compare to the celestial emperor? The undying Empress made appeared. She struck a divine drum, and began to gather generals. This was the celestial emperor's general drum. It had been forged by all the races in the universe and presented to the celestial emperor. As long as this drum was sounded, all the races would rush over and obey the command. This drum was too mysterious. As soon as it sounded, the ancestral lands of many races shone brightly. The drum's sound was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the universe. The universe was in turmoil. No one had thought that this drum would sound again after being silent for so many years. Some people set out on a journey. Of course, most of the great races remained silent and didn't listen to the summons. So many years had passed. So who would still care about the ancestors' oath? The undying Empress didn't gather the armies of the various races, but to summon the 8 divisions of divine generals. The woodcutter's eyes shone brilliantly. That's right. Some of the divine generals have already passed away. I think she's trying to summon the first divine general, and use him to kill the celestial emperor, and deal with that little girl from the celestial court. The old man from God's organization had a solemn expression. If the first divine general appeared, it would definitely cause a great storm. He was someone who dared to compete with the undying Heavenly Emperor. Everyone was saying that he could achieve the Tao. What do you think? What else can we do? Let's kill. The Celestial Court, Tao Palace, and God's organization had finally joined forces and were about to attack. I'm here. I'm not late, right? I finally made it in time. Pang Bo returned to the Celestial Court with a peerless beauty. It was Yenryu. Last time, Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had gone out to cultivate together. They had accidentally found the Azure Emperor's descendant on a star, and seen the demonic Emperor weapon in her hand. Now he had invited Yenryu and borrowed the second Emperor weapon to participate in the battle. Dong dong. The Emperor drum rumbled and shook the universe. Those who didn't want to participate in the battle found that their ancestral lands were on the verge of collapse. This was a type of wish power. The great races that had sworn to follow the undying Heavenly Emperor, and had sprinkled their ancestral blood on the altars of their ancestral lands, were now being sought out by the wish power. If they didn't fight, they would have to pay a heavy price. No one had expected the Emperor drum to be so terrifying. Even after so many years, its demonic nature and divine might were still there. The situation isn't good. The underworld seems to be making a move as well. They seem to want to make a move. The Black Emperor frowned. They had been paying attention to that colossus at all times and had discovered some clues. No matter. The underworld emperor doesn't appear, and the ancient supreme beings don't appear. They can't change the situation even if they send out some experts. We can't underestimate the underworld. Since they've made a move and even the emperor drum has appeared, there's no need for us to hold back. The old god said with a serious expression. He knelt on the ground devoutly and placed an incense table in worship. Then he solemnly opened a stone box and took out a dim bugle horn. He blew it himself. Woo-woo. When the bugle horn sounded, the 8 extremities of the universe were shocked. Many people didn't know what it was, but they discovered that the summon from the emperor drum had been cancelled out. Of course, there were some supreme races who came to their senses and said, "It's the war horn of the venerable sovereigns. He's summoning us to fight." No one had expected the storm to grow bigger and bigger. Vaguely, a great battle that would engulf the universe was about to begin. Chapter 1708. Woo-woo. A desolate bugle horn sounded in a corner of the universe. On a desolate star, a young man wearing beast skin clothes walked in the mountains. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He softly muttered to himself, "After so many years, I can still hear the sound of the bugle horn. It really isn't easy." Then he put down the prey on his shoulder and walked to the thatched cottage in the distance. He took out a black hard bow and a stone rod before disappearing from where he was. Thump, thump, muffled drum sounds rumbled. The 4 extremes of heaven and earth, the 8 great desolates of the cosmos, began to tremble again. The Sky Emperor General's summoning drum was beating, the sound like a mad bull stamping on the great earth, rumbling deafeningly. This kind of sound was too vast. Just now, it had been suppressed by the bugle horn for a moment, but in the end, it immediately shook again. It was like raging waves beating against the shore, and the universe was resonating. "We can't do it anymore. This is the call of the heavenly sovereign. My ancestor has already sworn an oath, and the curse has been branded into the blood of his descendants. If we don't participate in the battle, a disaster will descend." Different voices sounded from all over, all of them extremely shocked. Endless years had already passed, yet the oaths of the past sounded again. In the ancestral land of the Herculean devil ox race, the divine statue that was consecrated high up was shaking violently. It emitted a radiance that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It was as if a deity was angry. Several old bulls were resisting with all their might. Their blood was burning like a sharp sword cutting through dead wood. Their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. An ancient voice reverberated within the ancestral land. "As thou hast sworn, thy soul shall not scatter. Heed my call and fight for thy life." This was like a demonic curse that transmitted over from the ancient times. The sound carried an ancient feeling, terrifying and astonishing, making one's blood boil in response. If one complied, the powerful would become even more powerful, erupting with endless radiance. If he resisted, his entire body would be bathed in tribulation fire, and he would suffer the great tribulation of his inner demons. He would be in unbearable pain. This unforeseen event occurred in various parts of the universe. The ancient ancestors of the various races swore a divine blood oath to the heavenly sovereign. It was engraved in their blood, and was binding on their descendants. This result was too shocking, making many great clans' expressions change. They gathered in their ancestral lands to discuss countermeasures, doing everything they could to resist. What to do? This was a choice many powerful races had to make. The ancient sky drum sounded in this era. Would the battalions of the past obey? This was a difficult decision. If there was a choice, no one would be willing to get involved in a bloody battle. Woo-woo. The Emperor Venerable bugle horn's sound was bleak, its penetrative force even stronger, suppressing the Emperor Sovereign's drum sounds, alleviating the danger of many great clans, making them feel much better. Many cultivators rushed in the direction of Dizun's horn, using it to fight against the Sky Emperor drum. It's time to make a decision. There's no time to waste. One was the Venerable Sovereign's bugle horn, and the other was the Heavenly Sovereign's war drum. Both sounded at the same time. The various clans had to make a decision as soon as possible. There was no time to lose. Heed the call of the undying Heavenly Emperor and fight. Kill, enter the universe battlefield, for the oath of our ancestors, for the promise we once made to protect, march towards the heavens. After struggling and thinking about it, quite a few great clans moved out, rushing in the direction where the heavenly drum sounded. They were going to carry out the most terrifying and bitter battle. Groups of powerhouses cut through the starry sky and flew towards the star field where the phoenix nest was located. In the end, there were so many figures that they covered the sky and covered the earth. This was a flood that gathered together. Stargates continuously opened, turning this place into a sea of experts. The true battle hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere was already oppressive to the extreme. The enormous phoenix nest was as red as blood, built from phoenix wood. It stretched across the cosmos, and a beautiful and alluring woman stood on it. There were several divine generals protecting her. Her style was unmatched, and her cold voice rang through this place. The glory of the undying heavenly emperor, immortal throughout the ages, is now being trampled underfoot. What do we do? What do we do? We naturally have to fight to the end and protect the dignity of the heavenly emperor. Fight! Below, mountains were toppling and seas were overturning. Endless angry roars rang out. This part of the cosmos was trembling, spreading into the distance. Countless creatures in the endless star fields were all trembling. Countless experts roared. Their voices combined together like thunder exploding, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire cosmos was rumbling. And at this time, the undying heaven empress on the blood-colored phoenix nest started to personally beat the drum, gathering generals. Her figure was graceful, fair and beautiful, and her pair of snow-white arms were seriously beating the drum. There was a special charm to her. The sound of the drum was oppressive, like a surging ocean tearing apart the heavens. It swept upwards and spread to all corners of the cosmos. In the end, it was like a million troops slaughtering each other, roaring proudly between heaven and earth. This kind of rhythm was very terrifying. It made the souls of all the nearby experts shine. Hot blood surged and all of their blood vessels surged. They wanted nothing more than to immediately fight. And at this moment, the reactions of all sides in the cosmos were even greater. They were summoned by the war drum and attacked by the divine sound. All of them were trembling and resonating with it. All the powerful races that had sworn a heart demon oath couldn't bear it any longer. If they didn't come, they might be heading towards self-destruction. Fight for the undying heavenly emperor. Blood splatters in outer space, slash open the heavens. Fight! Like a surging flood, the experts from all over couldn't help but roar. There were even more extraordinary characters who set out on this journey. They couldn't bear it any longer. The undying heavenly emperor was once regarded as a supreme deity by many great races throughout the cosmos. He was omnipotent and sat high up in the 9 heavens. Now they all came out. In the ancient past, there were just too many people who revered him. On a desolate star, a white-haired old man wearing coarse hemp clothes was farming. He let out a long sigh and threw down the work in his hands. He walked towards a stone stronghold not far away and pulled out a lame horse. He flipped over and mounted it. A strand of light erupted where he stood, and the old man and the sick horse disappeared together. Not long after, he appeared in the army near the blood-colored phoenix nest. He was very unremarkable, but his turbid eyes carried nostalgia and the marks of the past. As he looked at the graceful figure above the phoenix nest, his expression was a bit complicated. The undying heaven empress seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around, but there was only a void without a shadow. Moreover, the people nearby didn't sense anything special. Woo-woo. The venerable emperor's war horn was like a gale passing through, like the angry roar of a hero. There was a kind of vigor and forcefulness to it. It was as if an ancient deity was summoning heroes from the ends of the boundless ancient earth, bringing with it a kind of savage aura. The sound of the horn became louder and louder. Naturally, it cancelled out the sound of the war drums in this cosmos. Many people flocked over here, asking for protection. Moreover, there were even more ancient battalions that gathered because of the horn. These were the tribes of the past celestial court's divine generals. They had been awakened and many people were excited. The venerable emperor's glory and invincible glory cannot be blasphemed even after the ancient times. No one can provoke him. The undying heavenly emperor, this sinner, must be settled. Some people roared in anger and unwillingness. They wanted to fight to the death and sweep away the humiliation of the past. They wanted the celestial court to once again shine with resplendent splendor. Rumble. Thousands of troops and horses galloped forward. The experts that gathered here were definitely not less than those gathered in front of the phoenix nest. The barbarian cavalry roared. Their armor clanked and their spears flickered with cold light. 1,000,000 lions were forming an alliance. Among them, there was a youth dressed in beast skin. He carried a black hard bow on his back and a stone rod in his hand. He stood in the sea of people with his clear eyes. He looked at the war horn being blown by the old deity. His expression was a bit strange as he sank into his memories. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the smoke of the mortal world had dispersed several times. After countless years, the undying heavenly emperor's war drum sounded. The venerable emperor's war horn sounded, shaking the starry sky. The whole world was in chaos. Everywhere was boiling. Many great clans had set off to participate in the war. In front of the celestial court, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Pangbo and the others were all deeply moved. The influence of the two great supreme beings in the past was too great. With the sound of the drum and the sound of the horn, many inheritances of the present day paled in comparison. Their potential troops were too great. After so many years, they could still gather. What was the foundation? This was it. Once the order was issued, even if millions of years had passed, there were still as many followers as clouds. The military divisions filled the sky, and the universe moved because of them. When can our celestial court also be like this? With a wave of our arm, no one will dare to disobey. Pangbo said. There's no time to think about this. This time, things have exceeded our expectations. We must prepare for the worst. Black Emperor, you stay by little Nan Nan's side. Don't leave her even half a step. Protect this place together with her. Yi Fan reminded. This war was unavoidable. A great war was bound to break out. Time flashed, and it was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. The war had arrived. The mobilization order resounded throughout the world, and killing intent filled the sky. On a divine island, Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man stood together. Behind them was an endless army, and on the other side were the people of God's organization. The old deity was still blowing the horn, summoning the remaining descendants of the ancient heaven. There's no other choice. There must be a battle today. Back then, the immortal heavenly emperor betrayed Dizun and launched a sneak attack, causing the ancient heaven to fail in ascending to immortality. He is a sinner of all ages, and should be punished by the whole world. Time has passed, and the bloodline of the immortal heavenly emperor still hasn't given up. They vainly want to start a war again. In this era, there will be no compromise, and we will not avoid war. Although the ancient heaven has collapsed, the war spirit has never dissipated. We must fight to the death to settle the karma of the past and this life. Many people roared in anger. The old deity was even more impassioned. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and his body was trembling. He berated and was about to start a great war. The void collapsed, and row after row of star doors appeared. All the warships and armored cavalry were mobilized, advancing forward. Bathe in the blood of deities, step on the corpses of demons, and engage in the most glorious battle. The people in front of the phoenix nest were also shouting. The immortal heavenly empress words were sonorous, boosting morale. Because at this time the star doors had connected here. The great war was inevitable, and the endless army had arrived. Wang. An entire island flew out. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder stood on it, looking down on all directions. Their powerful auras weren't concealed in the slightest as they rushed in all directions. With a schwa sound, the people on the island all disappeared, rushing towards the phoenix nest. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan or the woodcutter elder, they both released powerful auras to oppress the troops of the immortal heavenly emperor. We meet again, but this time you are nothing. Divine General Kuan Tian rushed over to face Yi Fan. His face was filled with endless killing intent. His aura was many times stronger than before, powerful to the point where it was a bit abnormal. Everyone's minds jumped. Be careful, he definitely ate the residue of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. The medicinal strength dissolved and healed his injuries, and it might even allow him to display his true strength from before the archaic times. Quasi-Emperor Shan Huang reminded. He was an old rooster who had unintentionally entered a collapsed immortal cave and ate this type of thing. He was extremely sensitive towards this type of aura. Everyone's minds jumped. The phoenix nest had the residue of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. This was truly heaven-defying. Before the archaic times, when our 8 divine generals appeared, who could stop them? Even the 9th heavenly layer quasi-emperor, who was on the verge of achieving the Tao, was killed. What can a 6th heavenly layer person like you amount to? Kuan Tian roared loudly. The divine force in his body surged like the sea as he rushed over furiously. He was almost killed by Yi Fan last time, and this was viewed by him as the greatest humiliation of his life. Right here, right now, I will remove your head. Yi Fan only had these words. The great decisive battle was about to begin.